Let's be quick. It's already coming to 9:30. So we should actually give ourselves time. Is 5 minutes enough? I know mitigation, adaptation, the agenda items are many. Yeah, please, who is, Eric, is it you? Maybe just to remind, kindly just mention your name and your group. I know your group is not yet full. The IT team, kindly project. Mitigation. Mitigation group. This group was not gender balanced. We don't see a lady standing by you today.
It's a gentleman.
Hey.
The lady has not yet come.
Okay.
Good morning, everyone.
Thank you.
My name is Geoffrey Bwambale, and I'm here to represent the mitigation group. And we are taking you through with my chairperson, Daniel. Please. Enable edit, please. So, from our discussion, yesterday, we discussed, our question was, what do we expect from COP28? And we realized that the global plan as per the COP 2027 was phasing out all fossil fuels. But you realize still we as a country, we fall victims of the circumstance because we are already also extracting oil. However, we say it is good to have it phased out, but it should be a just transition. It's not going to happen in one day, but it should be a process for at least all of us not to get affected by the phasing out of the fossil fuels. Rather, we all benefit from the cause. So we had a number of issues we discussed. So as stated, we expect the Just Energy Transition dialogues to keep the scope of the work program on broad thematic areas relevant to urgently scaling up mitigation ambitions and implementation in this critical decade. We anticipate this will facilitate a constructive exchange of views and experience that will allow countries to deliver more. This includes focused decision on the how. The how is what we are now discussing right now, and the what is what happened, what they discussed during the COP 2027. So now what we are coming up with is how was that was discussed as per COP 2027 going to be put into action. So as a youth, we expect, one, political commitment, strong and sustainable political commitment, including effective policies and measures. That whatever is coming out is not going to only benefit Uganda, is not going to only benefit Kenya, but rather it's going to be a global benefit to all of us. That if Uganda is benefiting, even the US should be able to what? To benefit from all the outcomes of COP 2028. The second point was advocate for access to finance. You realize that most of the interventions that we are having are always big interventions that need heavy financing. So ideally, if we are to be given enough finances, then that's when all these mitigation measures are going to be put into action and they are going to be successfully implemented. However, if we have no finance, then nothing is going to be worked on. The next point was coordinated mitigation, yes. Coordinated policies and policy packages across all levels, supporting in transition, all aspects of energy sector, levels of governance, including national and subnational and international levels. That whatever measures that are going to come out, for example, Sustainable Development Goal number 7, which talks about access to clean energy and clean and affordable energy. If they come out with these innovations, they should be able to be afforded by the person, the vulnerable person in Buyukwe, the person who cannot, if these energy resources are not going to be affordable by those people, and you realize they're the most affected, then it will not make meaning out of what they have discussed. But we expect them to be affordable, that Uganda can afford, that even me myself is able to what? To afford those energy sources. The next point was on inclusive governance, to engage and empower diverse stakeholders, including youth and indigenous people, local communities, and vulnerable groups, including those without access to energy. Here, you realize that in most cases, we the youth come as diners. For example, we are here, we've given out our views, but when it comes to that time of implementation and signing of contracts, you find that we've been left out as youth, yet we gave out ideas. And you realize that if we were involved to come and take part in implementation of these mitigation interventions, who knows if everything would be a great success, because the youth are also included in the implementation. The other point was international cooperation to address the global structure of energy markets and carbon markets. Here we looked at making, providing incentives that there are young youth who are coming up with innovations. But now in the event that they have come up with innovations, if you don't give them tax holidays as incentives to motivate them to continue coming up with more innovations, rather than coming up with heavy burdens of taxes on them, which would actually in the long run discourage them from coming up with these innovations. I imagine if they can really put measures on how to levy tax on the youth who have come up with innovations, it would be a motivational factor for them to continue bringing them up, which would be a success. The debt burden restructuring for reinvestment in mitigation measures was another issue. We were looking at waiving off burdens of taxes. Uganda goes to World Bank for a funding, which is a loan, but you realize after giving them this loan, it is at a certain time period that they have to pay it back. And in the event that they have delayed to pay back, then you give them a penalty of late payment of the loan. And you realize that instead of this money that would have been used to implement some of these mitigation interventions, now the money is being used to pay off the debt penalty, which is not helping Uganda as a nation. So if if in the discussions of COP 2028, they would see how they addressed the restructuring of the debt burdens, then it would be a good and great deal for Uganda as a nation. Then we said there is need for clear reporting and review frameworks and set up the infrastructure like registries, Article 6 database. Then another point was investments in implementation of Uganda's NDCs with private sector and youth, key partners not just participating, including promotion of youth innovations, where we further more request government to interest Ugandan private sector community to participate in these negotiations. Here you realize that the private sector had been left behind in participating on issues to do with climate change. So if they can be included, more so if Uganda as a nation during COP 2028, let them sell our ideas. For you realize we are having good ambitions. Our NDC plan is an ambitious one. So if they can sell these ideas to the other parties when they are at COP 2028, then Uganda, who knows, Uganda would benefit from that. And you find that we are getting enough funds to address most of these mitigation measures. It also cuts across to the point of disseminating of our updated NDCs to potential investors at COP 2028. Lastly, but not the least, we suggest that the COP 2023, the Just Transition Dialogues, consider this in the context of the driving cost-effective mitigation options related to energy, that as they discuss, let them make sure that whatever comes out should be affordable for everyone, starting from the Muntu wa wansi to the global level, so that it can be really achieved. But if it is not affordable, then it may make no sense in achieving of most of these mitigation outcomes. Thank you very much for listening. I hand over to my counterpart.
I just want to highlight a few things. My name is Derek Mugisha, and I'm part of the mitigation working group. I think there are some things he was skipping, but I also want to, how does this thing get back? It's not working, eh? Can you first go a bit up?
Scroll a bit up.
There. So there are things he had missed, but we feel like renewable energy deployment is already happening, an acceleration. Eh? And like he said, the emphasis is going to be on like clean and renewable energy. But this just transition. There's the aspect like social aspects, governance, participation, and equity, which have to be also put in context as they're negotiating the mitigation, outcomes at COP28, and maybe these ones can help us achieve energy-related outcomes. I don't know if you get it, because those aspects sometimes are not put in context when private sector or these investors are talking about some of these issues. Then down to, but also we're recognizing that as Uganda, like we need that gradual transition. Otherwise, if at COP28, for example, they wake up, they negotiate up to 2 a.m. and they're like, let's have a total ban at this COP. It would affect some of us as developing countries, because we don't yet have the infrastructure of the capacity to cope up in case such kind of things happen. But other national requests that the youth had in that working group was on livelihood development alternatives, green growth jobs for youth, mostly to implement the mitigation measures that we have in our NDC. So the group actually recognized that we have an ambitious NDC that has very, very well laid out mitigation measures, but they feel youth are not yet part, of capitalizing on some sectors that were there, like energy, like Afolu, like, maybe waste and others. Then there was also a request that Uganda should start developing the green hydrogen strategy and roadmap, because like our neighbors, Kenya, already passed theirs during the Africa Climate Week. So we feel like maybe they should be starting to roll out feasibility studies to start exploring how Uganda can also tap into the green hydrogen development. Then tax holidays and incentives for, like, importing some of these things, because some of them are not made in Uganda. Some, renewable energy technologies have to be imported within the country. But because of taxes, some youth are fearing to go into these sectors. And then the other one was, for those that do tree planting as a mitigation measure, to move away from just planting and leave, but to encourage growing of indigenous tree species because of the capacity of carbon sequestration they can have on the ecosystem. So for those that are doing that, that was the message. Encourage growing, not just planting and you leave, because it was an occasion. No, we are saying let's start nurturing these indigenous tree species. Then there's something Umemo had started doing on concrete poles. I don't know if you have seen them across the country. I think it was a measure to mitigate their use of trees for power supply. So I think this is something we want them to promote more, rather than, because you see those trucks of Umeme going and they have poles. It shows the people need to enter a forest and cut more. So we are suggesting it as a mitigation measure somehow. And then investment in ecotourism. So if you go to Rwanda, there's a wetland called Nyandungu. It's in the city. So we also feel like our government has to do a pilot study of maybe converting these not even converting, but adding value to our wetlands to make them ecotourism sites, so that there will be no conversion or encroachment on these wetlands if, again, people are capitalizing on our wetlands as a mitigation measure. Then there was a suggestion that Uganda should explore windmills, as an energy resource, hydrogen and others. Then also localization, that these mitigation things, if you read in the NDC, some of them have that concrete scientific words, like percentage of carbon, what. Now a person in Chanamkaka doesn't know what actually you mean. So they're saying let's localize, let's have an NDC version that has those mitigation measures in local languages. And then, as I'm trying to wind up, ban on single-use plastics. I think you can see on all our tables here. This is not good. Yeah, so we are saying in future, as we are planning such events, maybe let's have service providers trying to have water dispensers, glasses, so that we minimize, otherwise we are like 100 plus. So where will these bottles end? But they're also made out of fossil fuels. Then the other thing is mitigation sensitive curriculum development. So what these young people should start knowing about mitigation measures from a younger age, like when they're still in nursery. The last one's role of media, like we have seen Ministry of Health. Every day there's an advert of Oblam. So we also hope that if we could have media brought in this to try and publicize these mitigation measures out there, maybe people will pick interest. Also, it can unlock investment, unlock financing for people who are interested. Some people out there, but they have no idea of what they can use their money for. But once it's put out there, maybe. And then there was a colleague who brought something on solid waste management, which is also part of the mitigation measures. But here, they had emphasized that the landfills, there's a lot of bad things happening there. But there is no sorting, the landfills are emitting methane and among others. But if they can maybe start promoting sorting of waste at source, value addition, maybe to make biofuels, like among others. Then lastly was on prosecuting of nature crimes. Because it will be very bad for us as a generation to go and grow these trees. And whereas someone comes in the night and just cuts down these trees and puts them on some market. So we think like prosecution or judiciary should actually be brought on board as also a mitigation measure. It could also cut across adaptation, like the role of the judiciary in trying to prosecute, but also trying to fight corruption, because corruption won't achieve all these mitigation measures or even have a just transition if corruption is not added among our implementation mechanisms. Then lastly was just a paragraph, which is our last point, that we know we want to limit CO2 below or maybe 1.5 or below 2 degrees, but there have to be substantial energy system changes that have to happen actually at COP or even for the next 30 years, including fossil fuel production, consumption, or increased production of low and zero carbon energy sources, energy efficiency, among others. But we want this work program this time to consider in its purpose, as they're trying to negotiate, to explore and address development challenges without increasing the burden on developing countries. This was a very key thing. We want to bring it last. But as we know, the discussions are going to happen. A lot, they might keep pressing developing countries, yet they know we don't have that much capacity. But also to put in context the fundamental development goals and maybe call for inclusive development and access to modern forms of energy. Because like my colleague said, access is still a very huge burden. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Let's clap again for the mitigation team. They were not only making noise, but an organized noise from their presentation, right? Yeah. Want us just to have a quick, if we have some additions or areas that you want to maybe understand more. 2 minutes, can we do that? 2 from this side? Or everything sunk in well? Was okay? This side agrees. This side is not, okay.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much, the presenter of that session. Maybe on addition to the ecotourism we talked about in Rwanda, we have one in Chitukuto here called Nyunguyamawe. At Nyunguyamawe, it was a forest, and this eco-entrepreneur turned it into a hotel. It's an eco-resort. It's a forest, but down there are cottages built out of wood. The toilets are under trees. It's something that is near here, in Chitukuto, Echira, Burindo. So it's a very good innovation that one can tap into. Thank you so much.
Thank you for that addition. Maybe just to, I don't know, maybe the one we have that is under private ownership, the Nyunguyamawe kind of setup. I don't know, but maybe he made that example. I don't know whether it was taken to Rwanda and but Rwanda is under government control, right? Yeah, maybe, yeah, that's a good example. Maybe you can start from there and just promote that.
To mostly encourage this on wetlands, not on only forests.
Yeah, I must say I've been to Nyunguyamawe. It has a stream as well. It's both, eh? There's also a wetland. They have sort of a downstream, and he has done a bit of, there are activities that you can also do there. But like I said, I think now is something we need to promote at the government level. Maybe there are those parks that I think during Jennifer Musisi's tenure, she was trying to propose some of those, the green parks and the rest. Otherwise, but also just in your presentation, if I could highlight the issue of the actualization of the NDC. You realize we just updated this, the second version, and submitted last year in September. What we're doing right now, actually, we have different sessions that in regards to dissemination, whereby we are disseminating to the different groups, the MDAs, CSOs, the youth, and actually we have the youth in our schedule. So when that time comes, you see the flyer, just kindly, it's an online kind of engagement, but kindly just log into and you get to know more about it. And you know, you having a popular version is good, but if you don't actually explain, like how Mr. Semamo presented here, what actually in the actual NDC, even if they gave you the popular version, it will take you a bit of time to understand. But at least if you've taken through, it is much easier. And then at least I've seen there's a program for, you mentioned an example that we need to discourage the electric poles having those, using the trees and all that through Meme. But there's a program, I don't know whether there was a particular program where they were using concrete poles in some of the communities. Maybe we would do kind of encourage that. Any other addition? Yes, adaptation. This side had already confessed they don't have the. I'll come to you, Betty.
Thank you very much. My name is Luganda David. Actually, in Uganda, we have Bigodi Wetland Sanctuary. If you go to Chivale National Park, Bigodi was preserved, and people are paying dollars from Europe to come and see the birds. So we have to we have to benchmark from what Bigodi did, so that even other districts can have such. But also on wetland, my colleague has talked on crime, for example, arresting these people who go to wetlands. Now, I don't know if it's a government policy of companies coming to set up factories in wetland. I myself, I come from Mokono, Buyukwe side. All the wetlands where we used to get the sand, where we used to get the papyrus, they are factories. So now we see that, again, these factories are providing employment and taxes to the government. So what should we do as people? We can't chase them, and yet the easiest, as if their policy is to see that we establish in the wetlands. So what can we do as Ugandans? We may not wait for COP, but we may address that internally at the national level.
Thank you. I thought you were only giving information, but you use the same platform to ask a question. Yeah. I think I'm now only taking from Betty, and then maybe we have a little bit of a discussion, and we move to the next group.
Thank you so much. And thank you so much, the group of mitigation. Mine is just, I wanted to build on to the issue of promoting ecotourism. I think the whole point here is creating an enabling environment for promoting ecotourism. Most of the investments are by private sector, and when you go to these upcountry areas, they are really struggling. So government needs to put up policies that are actually vibrantly promoting ecotourism. Perhaps open up, do partnerships with development partners to open up grants for ecotourism. Because the likes of Nyungu ya Mawe, it is a good thing, but when you reach there, if there was a bit of support, it would be much bigger. You see that the man has a very big dream, but it's somehow limited by resources, by support. They don't have access to media. So these are some of the things and enabling environment that could actually enhance other people to come up, and even the youth, because you don't need to have land for you to invest in ecotourism. You could just engage the people who are owning land, and then you start promoting it, but there is no enabling environment for promoting ecotourism.
Thank you. I think the discussion could go on and on. Okay. The discussion could go on and on. I know those are very insightful stories. I also know a number of those private, like you said, most of them are private owned. Maybe just also maybe to mention what government is doing. There's that we've done what they call the management catchment plan, which is being reviewed. But the plan is to see how some of these resources or the wetlands, those eco parks, we utilize them in a very organized manner. So the ministry, when we actually publish that out, it's at the final stages of publishing the document. So I think it would also guide, because they have named almost all the wetlands in the country, trying to also propose what particular activities, like these insightful, all the nice stories that we're sharing about these private owners in regards to ecotourism. So I think we'll stop that for now. Sorry? Sorry? Oh. Kabishanga, 1 minute. I know you're going to talk more than that. 1 minute. Okay, less than.
Good morning, everybody. I wanted to mention that the issue of the wetlands, there's a presidential directive. The factories that are being built or have been built, it is a mistake. NEMA has accepted. There will be, I think, like a long-term program to relocate them. I thank you.
Thank you. I think also that just skipped off my mind. The directives actually even some of the forest areas. So it's a number of directives. Actually, as the Minister of Water and Environment, I think we have over 5 directives from the President that we need to implement, and some of them implementations have already started. Can we have adaptation? You're not ready. Gender? Hey. Poda Museum. I know mitigation, we have spent more than the stipulated time.
Good morning. I'm Melanie Nembers. I am representing Adaptation Group. To begin with, we first defined adaptation. And we said that adaptation are actions taken to adjust human systems, nature, to the current and projected impacts of climate change. Adaptation actions work to increase resilience and reduce vulnerabilities to climate change. Then what do we want to see at COP28? First of all, policy. Here we said that we should use the bottom-top approach in consultation, research, and documentation in these policies. Yesterday, one of our colleagues that has a book about indigenous knowledge, here we're emphasizing that they should at least go down in villages, in communities, and ask these people to come up with the best policies. And this should not be done not only in Uganda, but globally. Then also under policy, we said that they should create an enabling environment for youth participation in policy formulation. Most of the youth are only stop at advocacy and activism. They do not go further in making these policies, so they should also be considered. Youth views should be considered in policy formulation. Ensuring that agreements from COP negotiations are legally binding. The negotiations should not stop at only papers, no. They should adhere to them. If you promise that you will do this for Uganda, there should be legal laws that will follow you up, and you do it. Then timeliness for executing agreements. That is related to the point I've just finished. Then the least developed countries should have more voting power on adaptation negotiations. Here we're meaning that in negotiation, they should not take like one person representing East Africa. No, we know that East African countries belong to the least developed countries. So at least we should have 5 people from the least developed countries and then 2 people from the well-off countries. That is what we're meaning there. Then our next point is on sustainable livelihood. Here we should encourage the nature-based solutions such as ecosystem-based adaptation through agroforestry, greening cities, conservation and protection of wetlands and other ecosystems. Yeah, it should be a must. Those that are going for COP negotiations, it should be a must for all cities, not only in our country or in our region, but globally, to be green. It should also be a must. In the previous discussions, when they were teaching us, we saw that agriculture and land use is a high emitter. So it should be a must for all the people that are practicing agriculture to do agroforestry. Then involving community-based organizations in identifying livelihood approaches that are environmental friendly and sustainable. That one is related to the explanation is related to the first one that I gave. But also here, I know all of us here come from different organizations. But some of us, even our organizations, are not recognized, even in our country. So it is high time for the negotiators to consider this, because you start up a CBO, basing on the community where you come from. You come up with ideas, but these ideas will be seated on, because you have not had a chance to go and negotiate or to come in such a place like that who got a chance. So it is high time, this year COP28, they should consider the CBOs. Then another point is on health, empowering Ugandans to delve into health-related research and innovation for climate solutions in the health sector. I am one of the people that likes innovation and research. I even came up with that point. It is high time for yes, it is high time for the promises they usually promise to us during the COP to invest much in innovation. Yes, yesterday one of the presenters said that at Makere they have very many innovations. It is not Makere alone. Me, I'm from Western Uganda. I have got a chance of visiting other institutions in the region, because when I was at campus as a leader of climate change project, so I used to move around institutions talking about climate change. People have innovations, but these innovations are not heard, are not taken anywhere. It is high time for the negotiators and the donors to think about that. Yeah. Then another point on health, it is inclusion of health professionals in the UNFCCC processes. That one, it was even confessed yesterday that the healthy professionals have not always been considered. That is self-explanatory, increasing the finance that goes to the ecosystem-based approaches. And here maybe the ecosystem-based adaptation approaches that I can tell you, it's like agroforestry is one of them. Nature-based solutions, like making charcoal briquettes, recycling, all that. Then increasing the proportion of climate funding that goes to adaptation, and funding should be primarily grant-based instead of through debt instruments. When I talk of grants, yesterday one of the presenters also had a point related to grant-based wolf funding. At least if I write, like in research, you know how you write a proposal and then you win a grant, you use that money to come up with your project or what. So also in these things of climate change, at least we should have grants that are related to that. That will help us even develop our innovations, take them higher, and come up with the best things that solutions to climate change. Let me allow my colleague to take us through. Thank you.
Thank you, my counterpart. And my names I'm Ivan Mushana, team leader at Uganda Academy. I'm just complimenting on what my colleague has just aired out. I will begin by just supplementing the last point about finance. where she said there is a need to increase the proportion of finance that directly goes to ecosystem-based adaptation actions. The ecosystem-based adaptation actions focus on the sustainable utilization of the natural resources so that people can thrive whilst also conserving the nature or the ecosystems, which means the ecosystems continue functioning normally without getting disturbed, while the community is also thriving by utilizing or sustainably utilizing the natural resources. And when it comes to the ecosystem-based adaptation action, they also recognize the local individuals' input because they are locally based. They give the local person the right to decide on the adaptation action, and they also own those actions, and they participate in their implementation. That means the stakeholders at the grassroots, the rights holders, the indigenous peoples, all of those are consulted on the best practice they can invest in to sustainably manage their resources and also thrive. So that's why there is a need to capitalize on nature-based solutions or ecosystem-based adaptation actions, because they give full rights to the local or the last mile person to take action and also feel involved. So let me dive into climate mobility as another point of consideration at COP28. There is a need to have a policy that provides support for climate migrants, both internal and external. There is internal migration because of climate disaster, which might not force me to travel to another country. I can shift to another place, get relocated, or there is also a possibility to migrate from one country to another because of the climate-induced hazards. So here there is a need to clearly stress out the policy that actually protects those climate-affected individuals who fall victim of the climate-induced challenges, so that there is a need at least for even compensation, relocation without hassle. So there is a need to clearly streamline that one. Then operationalize the loss and damage fund. We understand at least there is some efforts made to put in place the loss and damage fund. But accessibility to that fund is also challenging. So it should actually be a simple process through which this fund can be accessed. And we are saying there is a need for this fund to directly go to the affected individuals or communities. You see, most of the time the fund is there, but it gets distracted along the way because of the bureaucratic processes. So this fund should be directly going to the affected communities or individuals, and the process, the accessibility process, should be simple. And that's why yesterday I had out a point that there is a need to create a global platform where everyone can upload those scenarios happening in our local community, so that when I go to that platform, I can have my information in my local community, for example, scenarios of landslides, scenarios of houses being taken by strong winds, so that I can take my pictures, capture geolocations, upload on that global platform for everyone to see that this is happening in this area, And there can be, that can trigger a timely response in case there is actually a clear follow-up and a streamlined process on how these communities can access this, this climate fund or this the finance, the action, if there is a clear process through which this loss and damage fund can be accessed. Then we are saying there is a need to increase, to incentivize climate action-based innovations, and we are actually happy that there is potential, or there are already interventions through the carbon credit, the carbon markets, because these funds go to either motivate those who are already in conservation, where the number of trees and the size of the trees are counted, and there is certain compensation, maybe annually, so that these people are motivated to conserve their forests in order to increase carbon capture. That means reducing the amount of carbon in the atmosphere, while they are getting that benefit as a motivation for them to stop maybe or to attempt to cut those trees. So there is a need also to increase the innovation on these climate-based innovations by incentivizing or motivating those who are already in climate action solution providing, so that they can put in more efforts and also accelerate their actions in order to increase or maximize the impact. So we had another question too, which is all about the topics or the issues as use, which should actually be featured at COP28. And here we come up with these bullet points. One is the access to finance for youth climate actions or innovations. We need that one to be featured as actually a clear point that as youth, we need easy access to finance for youth-led climate actions or innovations. So that we know, as youth, we are also considered, there is a grant or there is a certain amount of finance, maybe annually or announced at every year at COP. There is a grant announced purposely to support youth-led innovations that are supporting climate action. Then, decentralized climate education, awareness creation. I will use this scenario where we are coming from different directions of the country, and we are here in Kampala, which is the central of Uganda. But I am imagining the local communities where I come from, especially there is a village called Kameme. Kameme there, it's in the stretch of the Queen Elizabeth National Park. Such a people there, accessing such a dialogue is very difficult. Neither I or the organization I represent can afford to rally community and give out these 3 days training. It means now there is a need to decentralize such a trainings that attracts an element of finance and partnership with the local based organizations, so that they can be facilitated, they can access certain finance or grant to also hold such a dialogues in the local communities where they can be translated in the local language so that everyone can know about what is transpiring across the country. Then there is the relevance of partnerships in the implementation of adaptation strategy. Partnerships are very key because adaptation, we have seen, it attracts the utilization of natural resources. For example, Lake Victoria is shared across, I think, 3 East African countries. And if they were to capitalize on this resource to increase the adaptability of the communities that are around this natural resource, it means there is a need for partnership between the 3 countries that share the resource. So here partnership is also key, because while we are trying to put in place interventions, these interventions might not actually be fit for Kenya or Tanzania. So the partnership will facilitate collaboration and also collective visioning and decision making, so that those actions proposed and passed by through the partnership, they can be implemented jointly. And that also attracts synergy, because if these countries can cooperate on implementation of these strategies, then it means there will be greater impact caused by the partnership compared to when an individual country implements the adaptation options alone. Then the role of climate finance towards developing sustainable adaptation strategies. So the adaptation equation remains unbalanced if there is an element of finance. So there is need also to increase the finance, the climate finance, towards developing these adaptation strategies. So we cannot actually debate about it. Finance is very paramount when it comes to developing, implementing, and scaling up adaptation interventions. I think that was the last bullet. Yes? The role of youth? Yes, yes. The role of the youth in driving adaptation agenda. So there is sharing case scenarios, successful precedents of youth climate adaptation actions. So here we are saying the role of the youth is very paramount. Using a case study of Uganda where the youth or the young population surpasses the other age brackets, it means we still have we are still a powerful resource to drive climate action, which means our role should be recognized. And we pray that at COP28, maybe, there could be certain successful precedents where the youth have innovations in place which have succeeded in actually contributing to climate adaptation, and they can be featured at COP28. This also will motivate the solution providers to do much, and also can attract the funders, can attract investors to actually support and scale these youth-led innovations. So we have finished, but I can remember the point my sister actually tackled about increasing or allowing the LDCs to have more voting power, especially on adaptation negotiations. You will help me to know if this one is true, but I have heard the Microsoft entrepreneur, the Bill Gates, is working on a program to stop the rays from the sun as an intervention to climate change. That is working on a program or a project to block the sun rays as an intervention to climate change. And the EU has endorsed his plan. That's what I read on CNN and Opera News. I don't know if any one of you have heard about it, but that's what I heard. So, and if it is true that EU has endorsed, and if the program is actually going to proceed, then what is the stake of the LDCs, the African countries? What is their view in support of that innovation? Will it work for Africa? Will it work for maybe other continents? Or it is their innovation and maybe with other agenda? So there is a need to give us that mandate to also echo out what are our views in such interventions, so that we can also, because we are the majority affected, the least developed country, we are the least, actually, we are the majority affected by the climate impacts. Then there is need also to have a mandate in such a debate so that we can look at those issues
Should be winding
affecting us.
up.
Thank you very much. Let me stop here.
Thank you. The clapping is only coming from the adaptation group. Thank you very much. One question from this side, one from this side. Then we wrap up. May not be necessarily a question, but in addition. Additions. Eh? Let me start from this side. I'll come this side. But you're taking advantage of being at the front.
Thank you. I want to make a comment on a presentation on adaptation. I think we have seen a growth trend like this message goes to UNDP and Minister of Water. There is a very big challenge on issue of community-based organization. My thing, what I would say, there is need to map this community-based organization so that it's good when you want to negotiate with them. Like for example, in Abim in Karamoja, there were over 256 development partners, but when you go to ground, there are still problems. What are they doing in the district? So there is need to know who should we negotiate. We need to negotiate as a community, so that we know, so that these problems can be limited. And another thing to the moderator, for the issue of time, you need also to move very fast, so that we catch up with the time. Thank you.
So that said, I'm picking only one now.
Thank you very much. I'm supplementing to what my colleague is saying in a way that it should be taken very seriously on allowing LDCs to have a vote, especially on what is happening when we are behind the curtains. For example, a lot has been being done, and the experiments, we are the specimens, we Africans. For example, in Zimbabwe, they try their experiments on Zimbabwe as specimens, and people die. And it is true that there is no compensation for a lost life. So thank you very much for bringing it out, my colleague. It should be taken very seriously at COP. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I would request no supplements. Should be something very different. That goes to this side. I'm only picking one. I've already been warned.
Thank you, moderator. You've warned us not to compliment, but this is very important.
You're complimenting?
I want to highlight, I was part of the group, but I want to highlight two things, health and climate mobility, because they are not talked about so much in this discussion, and they need to. One is climate mobility. We really need to include climate effects or climate change effects as one of factors that are leading to people to move. According to the Refugee Act of 1959, if I'm not mistaken, it only stresses out things like political persecution as the only leading cause, or maybe insecurities as people why they should migrate. But as of today, what we see in all the countries in Africa, Horn of Africa, East Africa, we see that climate change is now enough cause, or climate change effects are enough causes to see people move. So we really need policies that protect people who are moving because of climate change.
Thank you. Can you, I think I'll have Derek. Thank you. You can write like this gentleman wrote down. Actually, just to respond to him, he said, can we have young people exhibit their innovations at the COP28 pavilion for Uganda? Lecturer, I'm going to make a presentation. I think this will be fully answered. Just to respond to the colleague, he started these questions actually on climate mobility and health since yesterday. And I think you're not contented with what Professor said. I remember you also answered that. Derek, kindly write down. Professor, I think yesterday gave you a narrative. But on climate mobility, let me just stress this or give you as a point of information. I would actually start with that. As a country, last year, we started this with support from IOM. We convened a meeting. It was a ministerial segment. You know, this negotiation is also political. You need to start with up to top to bottom. So we convened ministers from the ESC region and the Greater Horn of Africa. So there were a number of countries that I think there were 9, if not 9, yes, around 9. So we held this meeting. It took place in Kampala, and the theme was on environment, climate change, and migration. Of course, focusing on the issue of climate mobility. I will share with you that information. There is already, maybe just to take you a little bit back to this, we also realized as a region, actually as a country, this is an issue which is already affecting us. So we said, how do we front it in the COP? Like the presenter said, I think that was on the first day, that COP has sort of a program or agenda which is generated and debated on, or negotiations happen on. So you don't just wake up one day and say, you know what, this is something which is affecting my communities. You need to make a justification. So as a country, we teamed up with IOM because they're the ones who supported this event. They said, how do we have the issues of climate mobility in the negotiations? So, and one of the ways you can only front that, you remember the different negotiation blocks we talked about? That's the only way you can actually front your issue. So even the EAC, we have a position paper. I think I'll make that in my presentation. That is developed. So the issue of climate mobility, we got up with that. We formed that team, the theme that I mentioned on environment, climate change, and migration. The level at which we have reached right now, we've been expanding through the different groups. If I could recall some of you say they attended the Africa Climate Summit. If you attended, we also had a side event specifically. Now we've actually expanded that theme for all these other African states, the 54 African states within the African Union. So we are at that level. The presidents, remember, there was also the President's Summit at the Africa Climate Week. They have signed these documents, the document itself. So what next now we need to take to the African group. We've already notified these other negotiation blocks. So we are taking that issue now so that they can now put at the COP. It may not be in this year's COP, but we might most likely to succeed in the next, might be COP 29. So the process is already ongoing, and your issue is well taken care of. The consideration of youth, community-based organizations in the COP negotiation or the process, yeah, that one we take note of, but also as the ministry, we had what we call the actors landscape, where we got like sort of, they made a database for the different CBOs, CSOs, all these different actors in the climate space. What happened actually when you ask for information, because we need to validate, you're all aware the climate space is too crowded. Anyone wakes up and start doing something, wants you to give them money, support, but when the things are not even clear what they're trying to do. So that kind of criteria makes us sort out the people that are actually doing work on the ground. But when you ask for this information, even these CBOs, they think maybe you're trying to track the finances they're receiving. Some of them get direct support from their different partners. So information, they don't even give you the necessary information. But at least we have sort of a database where we feed in all this. So when we come to you, kindly give us the information. We may not be wanting to know the amount of money that you've received. Or then you said, can we partner? Can we do this work together? The issue of spending, that's where problems always start. But at least when we come to you, we are going to send out that notification, give us the information, and gives us also kind of a leeway to work with you. And that can be the only way that you can pitch out some of your activities or what you're doing. And then we promote. And then on the finance, there is need to feel to climate finance up to the local level. Yes, we have a number of projects, which are, most of them, I must say, they're pilot projects, so they have specific locations. I don't know, my colleagues from West Nile, we have a project called Local Adaptive Living. Have you heard about this? It's being piloted in 2 districts in West Nile, Zombo, and the other district has escaped my mind. But there are 2 districts in West Nile. Now, this project actually focuses on channeling finances direct to the local level for implementation or to carry out climate action. We also have Live AR. Live AR is also focusing on a few districts in the upper north, Pader, Kitgum, as well as other new districts that they intend to incorporate. But you find, like I said, these are just pilot projects. But the whole idea is now to channel money direct, not like the decentralized kind of system where money comes to the ministry. These projects actually deal direct into the with the different communities. On the loss and damage fund, yes, I know we are all excited about this. This is a fund which was decision was just taken in the last year's COP, that COP 27. So in Egypt, this creation of this fund was agreed upon by the member states, And the process which is ongoing now is to actually actualize how do we have this fund in place. So there are a number of modalities which are still ongoing. The money itself actually is not even there. In the presentation yesterday, I think someone mentioned that even there are still negotiations. Where should the secretariat be for this? And all that might even take a year or two. Like you said, if all have not agreed, nothing takes place. So the committee is still being set to sort of functionalize this fund. The loss and damage fund is not yet there, I must say that. And then access to information. Someone said there's a community in the Queen Elizabeth National Park. Is that where we always see, there's a gentleman always ferries this Matoke in the morning where the lions are? That daring gentleman. He has passed several times and we keep wondering. Yeah. So, yes, we actually intend, like I said, there are a number of engagements, but also as government, we are limited in regards to the finances. You're well aware how COVID affected the economy, so we are just in the recovery processes, but we intend to reach all the communities, and most of these documents or information that we have, they are translated into the local languages. We may not actually translate them onto all, how many tribes we have in Uganda. So we picked, I think there are around 4 languages that we usually translate. You're aware how climate information actually reach you in those different stations through the Uganda National Meteorological Authority. This one basically on weather information. They have those radio talk shows that they always give information in the local language. At least I've been a part of that. And then there's something that scared my brother on Microsoft News. Is it on CNN and all that? Like I said, any negotiations in the COP, it doesn't just come from out of the blue. It is always agreed upon. What is not in the agenda, it is not negotiated. You can only have that at the bilaterals, but I think at the COP, it doesn't happen. So I think not to lay out your fears. I know this is still in the news or ESA, but at least when it comes out, you'll also see it on the agenda. So I think I can conclude this now. I don't know if I answered all, but at least can we have climate finance? These are the 2 thematic groups. At least I gave them some humble time because they have over 5, others have 6 items. Robert, are you ready? It's Denise. I did. Even Prof mentioned that yesterday, how it came into the negotiation, that it was originally not in the agenda. But we are also doing, yesterday you had in Semambo saying that we're doing the health NAP, the plan. So that could be one of the guiding documents where I would start from. Please, Robert, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much, Martin. My name is Robert Turiachira, and my sister Denise Ayebare. We are going to present on climate finance. You can see we look money, so twagada sente. That's what we are saying in our group. So I hope the technical team has already made the projection. I saw the previous group was trying to encroach part of our work, trying to talk about issues of the loss and damage fund, issues of the mitigation fund, climate financing. Yeah, as Martin has said, the in thing now is the issue of climate finance. You have also seen the Ministry of Finance has established a climate finance unit. So we are going to dive deep into some of those opportunities, especially as far as climate finance is concerned. I think the technical team is trying to ensure that we have the presentation. But let me see the members of the climate finance unit, climate finance thematic working group. Please put up your hands. We were very many. Very good. They are here. Are there some this side? Good. You can see all of them. So what we are going to present is a product of what we brainstormed as a group. and it was very, very consultative and participatory.
Robert,
yes, please. Thank you.
since you're so prepared, you're going to use 7 minutes.
Yes, we shall use as
Please.
little minutes as possible.
It's already on.
I can start as they are doing the technical work. I wanted us to flow with the presentation. Thank you so much, Martin. Okay, so Denise, where's the work? Okay, so we can follow the guidance that we can be beginning as the technical people are sorting out the issues, but because of gender balance, let us have the ladies first, and then I can come to wrap it up. So Denise, here you go.
Okay, so since we have the money, you all have to listen to us. So one, about climate finance, and the first question, what we want to see as youth for COP28, one is about the loss and damage finance. Because loss and damage has become a critical discussion that represents the irreversible concerns that developing countries, especially like Uganda, face. So prioritizing a loss and damage has to deal with things that we cannot reverse, that have been caused by global emissions, and the disproportionate impact that then has been caused as Uganda. But then two, why this should be a crucial thing, it's because of the ecological losses that we have in terms of floods, droughts. People cannot adapt to loss of lives, neither can they adapt to anything like starvation. So we think that in terms of economic and food security and loss and damage, then it should also be discussed. So what do we need to see under loss and damage? Clear accountability mechanisms, to establish like a set of accountability mechanisms to ensure that the financial support reaches those who need it, the vulnerable people. So transparency in funding allocation and utilization is essential to build trust among the affected communities. Two, because it has just been on paper, we need a designated sort of custodian to ensure that issues related to loss and damage are critical. There is a mandate to assess, to monitor, and coordinate for for the affected communities. Then three, innovative funding, still under loss and damage, to explore like innovative funding options like climate risk insurance, but also to make sure we have things like climate bonds that are going to ensure we have sufficient funds available to address loss and damage. The last under loss and damage is about capacity building. Capacity building of vulnerable communities in Uganda should be integrated into the loss and damage framework. Things like education, training to enhance resilience and preparedness for future climate impacts that then these communities face. The second thing was about debt cancellation. And we had an argument about debt cancellation and debt swap, but we shall explain both and go with a feasible one. So debt cancellation, most of the countries, even Uganda, have become highly indebted. So that means that any other money they get, they allocate it to debt servicing. Meaning that if the money was supposed to be allocated to things like sustainability or green projects, it's for debt servicing. So a debt cancellation ensures that then you do not have, that you have more resources to invest in things like climate resilience and mitigation projects. But then two, this sort of notices like the historical injustices that then have been caused to developing countries like Uganda. So it's a moral obligation for these developed countries or the global north to notice and acknowledge what they have caused to other developing countries. But then three, we think that debt cancellation enhances or the capacity of countries to mobilize additional resources that can serve as maybe a catalyst for additional climate finance. When countries no longer need to allocate their portions of money to things like debt servicing, then they can attract more investments into green and sustainable development. That was one. Then two, we decided to go with debt swap because debt swap looks like more realistic than a debt cancellation. Because early in the 1990s, Uganda was one of the countries that was highly indebted and forgiven. So after a decade or something, we think that asking for forgiveness again sort of looks, so we went with debt swapping for purposes of accountability and making sure we are responsible for our debts. So debt swapping is more that instead of paying back the money that we owe the global north countries or the IMF or World Bank, we rather invest this money into green projects. So that looks like feasible, making sure that the strings that are attached to the money we're supposed to pay rather go into sustainability rather than paying back that money. So we went with debt swap. So the third thing that we looked at was that we should have green jobs, more investment into things like green jobs, whereas we're into the climate change space and everything, there has been capacity building in things like renewable energy, but also like we need young people to tap into these opportunities that are availing themselves with the sort of space we're in. So more investment into green jobs so that young people can be involved into renewable energy transfer, technology transfer, and be able to adapt to such things. Then we looked at how local communities should be included as part of climate finance. Because as you introduce things like climate smart agriculture, we need a clear fund to finance such green initiatives at the grassroots. Because individuals that stay probably in northern Uganda, you cannot tell them stop charcoal burning without providing for them an alternative. So we think that we need to find out what initiatives these local communities can support, but then to involve them so that they become community-owned initiatives. Well, going on to the second thing, which was what topics or issues do you want to see considered, or the thematic areas that should be sort of a priority at COP28? Well, the first one was prioritizing the financing of green youth initiatives and innovations. Like earlier explained, young people need to tap into the space so that they can have the alternatives, but they can also be empowered in terms of capacity building. 2, financing women climate mitigation initiatives. Recognizing that women and other young people or children are the most affected or vulnerable to issues of climate change, we think that we need to finance the women climate mitigation initiatives. Things like use of briquettes or those that have biogas in terms of them understanding how they work. Then, as already said, loss and damage fund should have a custodian to ensure that then developing countries are going to achieve or are going to receive some sort of proportionate funds that are administered to that. Then looking at Uganda, and it has like the biodiversity, large biodiversity, we think that for far too long, global north countries have continuously said that you should invest in things like mitigation, not recognizing the kind of forests, lakes, rivers that exist in maybe countries like Uganda. So looking at that, we looked at a fund that should be designated for ecosystem restoration and biodiversity conservation. So we need a specific amount that can be allocated to things like forests, lakes, and rivers, and the other natural resources to be restored. The next was about green bonds, where governments are able to create green bonds that have a third party that oversee the money in the loss and damage fund to ensure accountability and transparency as they use these funds. The next thing was about climate insurance mechanism, which is more like when communities are already affected, there should be a fund that is established for them to deal with the kind of risks or to deal with the kind of impacts that then they are facing. Well, about also allocating funds to research in climate change and building the capacity of maybe students in primary schools or high school students or university students, so that they are able to understand what climate change is, what their role is, and what they can do about climate change. Well, the other was about establish a climate fund parties at COP, but then 2, a polluter pays principle should be emphasized. Whereas we have talked about the polluter pays principle for far too long, we think that there have not been mechanisms to hold the kind of polluters accountable. So we think that continuously companies like either Coca-Cola or anything, even when they're established in countries like Uganda, they have continuously carried out things like pollution while greenwashing. So we sort of need a clear mechanism or a clear law to hold them accountable for what has happened, and hence proposing again the polluter pays principle. Then well, the last one is to invest in sustainable infrastructure. For example, when you look at schools probably in Kasese or any other part of the country, when you have floods or landslides, these are things that then are going to be taken away, or the buildings or the bridges. So we think that in terms of mitigation, we should clearly have an investment in sustainable infrastructure. Yes. So we have the money, guys. Don't forget to clap for us, yeah?
Thank you so much, Denise. That was very good. So you can see that we really had some of the brilliant ideas, took clarify, maybe to add some fresh on issue of the need for the loss and damage fund. The previous group was saying that the fund is already there, but the fund is not there. As you may be aware, that this was as a result of the loss and damage declaration resolution that we reached at Sharm el-Sheikh in Egypt, the last COP. So we hope that in this COP28, as members from the Global South, we need to put our foot on the ground and be able to say that this fund should be in place and be able to we put the money there, not just in words, but the money should be put there. That's number one. Then the other bit also that we suggested on the issue of accountability and transparency. The challenge we've seen is that right now government is using the issue of climate change and climate finance as a way of borrowing money, getting loans to actually finance some activities. For example, recently you followed in Parliament, the Minister of Finance tabled a loan requesting for funding of climate smart agriculture, 306 million loan. But the challenge we see that in most cases when this money comes, it does not do what is charged with the responsibility to do. We have 6 or 7% of our people, the farmers, who are practicing subsistence farming. But that money doesn't go to them to practice climate smart agriculture, but money ends up in other areas. So we want to ensure, and we are aware that one of the biggest challenges we face is the financial hemorrhage of corruption. You've seen the report from IGG that we lose 10 trillion Uganda shillings in corruption. So we are worried that as we aggressively push for this money, it might get lost along the way, even when we get it. So we need a clear accountability mechanism as far as this fund is concerned. Then about the issue of the custodian for the third parties, as you are aware, the issue at the global level is that money should go to World Bank. But most of the countries here in the global south, especially Uganda, our relationship with the World Bank is not very healthy. You see, a colleague yesterday was talking about issues of LGBTI. You know, our position as a country that we have passed a law against anti-homosexuality. And recently, World Bank blacklisted us as far as development loans are concerned. So we are worried that if our money goes to World Bank, then how shall we be able to access that money? So we are suggesting that money should go to a custodian, a third-party custodian, for example, the African Development Bank, where you can be able to access that money without stringent action and without limitations. The other bit that also, the second last bit is on the issue of the disaster fund. We've seen that right now, many vulnerable people in the communities are suffering from climate-related disasters. But the challenge we are seeing that because the government shifted from the program-based planning, or the project-based planning to program-based planning, in most cases when we advocate for this money and it comes to the consolidated fund, during the budgeting, the money does not go to the areas where it is supposed to be going. For example, case in point, UNDP supported the Office of the Prime Minister to establish a disaster management plan. But as we speak in the budget framework of 2023-2024, there was no money that was put in place to ensure that disaster management plan is financed. What we are waiting for is a disaster tweet somewhere, and we see the Honorable Prime Minister running with money in her bag, giving out money without a clear framework on who should be able to benefit from this money. So we are saying that there should be a disaster fund to be able to, for example, strengthen early warning mechanisms for our people who are vulnerable, but also ensure there's transparency and accountability on how this money is spent. So that is a very, very important point we need to set is pushed. The last bit is on the issue of what she talked about, the issue of debt cancellation vis-a-vis debt swaps. We had a very heated discussion in our group. You know, we are able to observe that right now when you look at our forest cover, it is standing at 12%. Now, the scientists are telling us that forests are carbon sinks. And therefore, we as countries in the global south, in fact, I was looking at the statistics, over 26% of the global forest cover is in Africa. And therefore, we need to be able to quantify how much of the carbon dioxide in terms of gigatons that we absorb, so that when we go to the negotiation table, we go there when we have something we are presenting, other than going on the table as vulnerable people, as people who need to be assisted. We go on the table not as negotiators, but as people on the menu to be eaten. So we want to go there and we said, for us, we have our forest cover. We have our wetland cover. For example, Uganda, we have 11.5% of our land covered by wetlands. So we want to go there when we are very strong on a firm ground and to say, we have this carbon concentration, and therefore we want to really, so that people don't look at us as if they are doing us a favor by actually advancing us this money. When you quantify the amount of carbon dioxide we absorb in the atmosphere, we in the global south, we actually deserve to get billions of dollars. But because we are the lungs of the world, we are the ones who are absorbing the carbon dioxide that these guys in the global north actually polluted. Therefore, we should go in when we are very strong on that. Today is the World Disaster Risk Reduction Day, the 13th of December. But we realize that the people in the global south, especially here in Uganda, we still remain vulnerable to climate-related disasters. So we realize, I know, because these are supposed to be integrated within the government paper. This is a call upon we as the climate finance, that the Minister of Finance should be able to work very closely with the Minister of Water and Environment, because there seems to be a problem, some bit of a clash of egos. The people at the Minister of Finance, they feel like money bags. Then they feel that the Minister of Water and Environment should be peripheral. Because when you look at the budget of 2023, 2024, 2022, 2023, they put 600 billion Uganda shillings. But for us, we are trying to trace this money to see where the money is. But we could see Minister of Water and Environment giving very small money, and we could not see the money. So we want to call upon that in the budget framework of 2023-2024, money for climate finance should be put very clearly. And to that extent, Minister of Water and Environment to have a very strong weapon where we pushed for the requirement for the certificate of climate finance and climate proofing. So don't give that certificate until the money for water and environment is actually clearly indicated. Recently, the Minister of Water and Environment gave a certificate of 60% that the budget of 2023-2024 is 60% climate compliant. But there is no money for climate finance. There's no money for disaster-related risks. So we want to ensure that we use that weapon also to be on a very strong ground and ensure that all the 15 areas that are supposed to be assessed are clearly assessed to ensure that the money for climate-related disasters is put in place and we'll be able to help our vulnerable people in the communities. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, the finance team. I think they have made things very clear for us. They deserve another round of applause. Where do we start from? But at least one thing that I learned, that all of us here, whenever we go for these engagements, we shouldn't be like the food items which is on the menu, just ready that I want this to be eaten. Always make our justifications. Derek, I think this time I'll start with you. The way you're looking at me, be very quick. Sorry, in the meantime, those ones who are at the back, I think the two tables at the back, kindly move quietly, pick tea, and then come back on your table. The same as this side. They always say the backbenchers don't benefit a lot, but I think today they are going to be the first to enjoy. So the backbenchers, the two tables from both sides, please don't make noise, just pick tea. And Derek.
Yes, they shouldn't be on the menu also. I know, Martin, you had skipped me that time, but what I wanted to say, just briefly, like a second, is there was the Glasgow Climate Pact in 2021 that had no mention on agriculture, food, and water. So there was no funding actually for food systems. So it also points in what the funding people are saying. So if we propose a food systems fund, additional to what they are saying, that would be okay. And I think then also early warning systems missed in the adaptation people. I know our country, sometimes we struggle with disasters because we have no early warning systems. So if the youth can propose that, maybe with support from developing partners, like in some countries, you see, whenever a disaster starts, there's a siren that goes around. Maybe we can help the Bududa people. Lastly, they mentioned the Biodiversity Fund. So recently, last year at Biodiversity COP, the fund was addressed. And this year, actually, the fund has been operationalized. So countries are going to be expecting. So I just didn't want it to be in a position.
Which one?
The Global Biodiversity Fund, the GBFF. It's already there. So we should not propose it now, but we can say maybe it should have mechanisms to support mitigation and adaptation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Derek, for that information. Before I forget, on the two, I think one or two issues you raised on the early warning systems. We, as government, actually, we're trying to do our best. This one, I'll say this without even blinking. We procured like 3 radars under the Uganda National Meteorological Authority. And one, I think one was installed in the north. The areas, I think one west, areas that were not really having them before. Remember, we've been having, I think, one, all this information in regards to weather information, we're actually just using one. So the 3 that were procured were actually installed. That was purely under GOU, Government of Uganda funds. And they've been installed. The reason as to why nowadays you don't hear so many backlashes when UNMA gives weather information. Remember those days they tell you it's going to rain and nothing. You wait for rain, drought comes. So in either way, but at least that is now in regards to weather information. I'm not saying that we are at 100%, but at least it has improved. I think all you must agree with me. Even this recent kind of the rains that we're receiving right now, they gave this information, and I know most of you are aware about that. And then the finance team, you a bit of attacked the adaptation team in regards to the loss and damage, saying they are encroaching. I think also that is not true. Like you mentioned, I mean, they were presented yesterday. Some of these agenda items are actually cross-cutting. So the issue of loss and damage is purely under adaptation. But the finance bit, you come in because there's an element of the fund, okay? There's an element of the fund itself. But it's under adaptation, it is under mitigation. Even other thematic areas usually even go for it because if they have great ideas. So it's actually cross-cutting. Yeah, so the adaptation team didn't do any kind of encroachment like you mentioned. Yes, and then on the issue of channeling the negotiated, some of these finances or the funds. I know you mentioned the World Bank, and yes, some of this money is actually these people. They don't feel like they should give directly to government. We need a third party. I know this event is being sponsored by UNDPs in the house here, but also as a ministry. Yesterday you heard that the ministry was accredited as the national implementing entity for 2 funds, the GCF, the Green Climate Fund, and then Adaptation Fund. So this can actually, we can take advantage of this. We receive these proposals meanwhile, so long as you write a project which is directly in those areas, and we make these submissions together with Ministry of Finance. What Finance does, they just give us what they call the no objection sort of letter to make us go ahead, yeah, because of the money issues that exist in it. But technically, it is the Ministry of Water that does that. Ministry of Water is accredited, so you also take, we can have other discussions. Meanwhile, it is not only, it is open. Even the non-state actors do come to us. Even development partners actually do come to us. We submit proposals. We write these projects together and then submit proposals. So it's something that we also need to utilize as citizens of the country. The creation of new funds, we actually also got challenges. You mentioned the one for disaster. No, it's something which is affecting us. Like you said, we also have some other issues at the top there with finance. When we are coming up with the National Climate Change Act 2021, we proposed that we need a climate fund. And this had been at a discussion for very many years. So we even put it in the act. So when it reached to the review stage, we engaged the Ministry of Finance team. They told us, no, we have a law which actually prohibits any creation of new funds. So we've been battling that. They said we can't pass, this can't move because the law prohibits that we cannot create any new fund. So we sort of hit a snag, And then, of course, we realize how do we, if now government is not supporting any creation of new fund, the options that we're left with is to have what they call maybe a facility in place that some of these direct finances come, and the proposals we had proposed, we are still grappling with which institutions actually take this. One is the bank, the ADB, and Gloria, is it ADB? There's the bank. UDB, sorry. Yes, it's UDB, Ugandan Bank. Yes, so UDB is one of them, at least, that are trying to propose. We don't know, maybe also finance will come, or even Minister of Water, because it can actually, the facility can be anywhere, even UNDP. So that one is still under discussion, and I hope we'll conclude. Now, the budget allocation, and you mentioned something very good. We thought we actually put that in the act to trap all these entities to see that their budgets and plans are actually climate proofed in regards to allocation, activities. As the ministry, we actually faced that last year. You're saying we should not give them that. It was raised on the floor of parliament. We started getting endless calls because they said they are not going to pass the budget. We gave us, I think, 3 or 4 days, but they told them you can't do an assessment across 20 programs just in 3 days. We actually need even more than 2 months to scrutinize all these budgets. So what happened? The minister started saying, "You people, I'm now getting threatening calls. How can, the number of the politics actually entered in." So we told them now we need 2 weeks at least to scan through. So the 60% that you mentioned, it was a provisional one, but even if you say it's provisional, you've already given a go-ahead. But at least we already, actually right now, the process is already ongoing. We intend to take even up to, because it will be around January, that they will be required. It's when they will be tabling the BFPs. So it's an ongoing process. We intend, but we're also asking, like you're saying, we're asking for more money to do this work thoroughly. That's the only way we can get. And good enough, we also have some of the politicians there who were part of us. So the ones who actually now, like our blue-eyed people in parliament. So they can't just pass. I must assure you that at least it's something that we have now, like a tool to issue this certificate of compliance. I had some, and the 2 tables, are you done with picking? We need to release. I see now everyone at least. Even the climate finance table has already picked T. Maybe this only front table. Please just pick T, and then you sit. Only 2 questions. One this side, one this side.
Thank you very much. My name is Emmanuel Obore, and I am a person who's very keen on words. There's a lot of ambiguity in the wordings that are in climate campaign. Most of us are interchanging climate change and climate action. These words have been using interchangeably, Because I did research immediately after realizing this. I realized that climate change is the problem, whereas climate action is the solution. And crises have always arisen because of the ambiguity of agreements. I remember in Animal Farm, where there was a crisis of food, and Squealer came and told the bereaved animals that they are going to make readjustments. Now, readjustment is either increase or decrease. You should see how the animals suffered, how boxers suffered. It also happened in the 1900 Buganda Agreement. There was ambiguity. So as we are going to negotiate these things of climate, we should have clarity. And also we need to redefine some words. What is climate change? Because change is either positive or negative. Maybe we need to redefine. Otherwise, we might fall into climate change, because you see capacity building training for national climate change youth negotiators. I am not a climate change guy. I am a climate action negotiator. Yesterday, the child was called a climate change child. I think we need to redefine these things. Otherwise, we might fall into agreements that are going to put us into very big trouble. I thank you.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you for that.
Thank you so much, Martin. I like what he has said about clarification. Yes, even in our group, we said we need, following what Mr. Robert Bachika said, that we need a clear understanding of what climate finance is, you know. But Martin, if you may allow me, in our discussion, there's something that came out that was very intriguing, and we intentionally did not want to include, but allow me to throw it in the room for our probably future prospects. We know that as a country, our program, our priority is exploiting our oil and gas sector. Now, in our group, the issue that came up was, can we recommend a suggestion for an introduction of the carbon tax to the multinationals? For example, instead of us coming out and say, stop this project that is exploiting the oil and gas or fossil fuels, should propose that we should introduce a carbon tax to this multinational, let's say Total, to pay an amount of money that actually can contribute to the climate fund that we are advocating for. Because us proposing a fund, and we don't propose where we are going to get the money from, the fund will be there in words, but will not be having the money. So we think that, because the suggestion is that we should be able to exploit sustainable approaches. And one of them is, can we have a carbon tax? Because we see that we already have some taxes under the that URA is levying, for example, on companies, let's say like these Renzori's, let's say like companies that pollute the air, called environmental tax, and many other taxes. But we never see that money because of what Martin has said, that under the Public Finance Management Act, it prohibits establishing a fund where, for example, you can say this is environmental fund. Now, what do we do? As we must be very smart to navigate that. You see the people of petroleum, what they did, they said to establish the petroleum fund, they had to convince the president that now if we establish this fund, it's going to help us to use this money for infrastructure, all right? So if you're proposing a climate fund, we should be able to also be persuasive that if we have our carbon tax, this money is actually going to go into that fund to help us to be able to fund, for example, disaster risk management. And also, still on that, there is also something that has been going, that we should introduce a charcoal tax. Because we see the president has issued, you have said, 5 executive orders that are just on paper. They cannot be implemented. You can't see 75% of the people living their livelihood on charcoal, and then you say, stop charcoal burning. Then they use what? So we must be proactive. If, for example, we propose maybe a tax on charcoal burning, so that we be able to get the money, you know, you see I'm having a money mindset, so where we can get the money to be able to put in the fund. I don't want a fund which will just be on paper, but we'll be able to be innovative, suggesting ways on how we can engender sustainable development, but also as we mobilize the what? The money that can help us to be able to push for the development we are pushing for. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. At least there is a gentleman who has confessed. He's also, we've been just pointing fingers at the ladies, are the ones who love money. But at least there's a gentleman who has confessed that he's also part of the team. I think we all love money, right? I think from the discussions, the 2 discussions that we've had, Gloria, I think you've noted, and also my colleagues at the back, you've noted that we need maybe a technical session, yeah, to have this kind of discussions, because this one was partially focusing on, you know, building your capacity only in the COP negotiations. So I think that was the whole idea, but at least these discussions, we can always carry on forward. We've taken note that we need another youth engagement that is going to discuss basically the technical aspects, you know, of the subject. I know even during the selection we had, we selected or we picked you with some of the work that you're doing, because we didn't want to bring a team which is purely green or doesn't have any idea of the subject matter. But at least the discussions are interesting. Is gender ready? I know gender was at the back seat. You're still having breakfast. You are the first. Yes. Please, you be preparing as we pick one more question, but we had closed this from this side. One more question. You can carry your water here. I will hold it for you. When it gets hot, you can always cool down with the water. Please, gender team. There are two ladies.
As the gender team comes, actually, I'll go back to early warning systems. We have to know the UN Secretary General, what he said by 2027. All the sectors all have to involve early warning into their planning, and everyone has to get the information. So mostly when you talk of early warning, we say that, for example, have you got the information what will happen for the El Nino rains in this room? You may find that no one even knows that we are experiencing El Nino. So such systems have to reach everyone, and everyone has to get the message. Not the machines are there, but the message is not reaching the people to act. And another thing, mental health. We didn't explain more on mental health. We need to see that after a disaster, in case you are adapting, people have to be talked to, and also we have to involve mental health issues into what we are discussing. Thank you.
Thank you. That was a point to note. We have the gender team already here. Please, there were no men in the group.
The men hid.
Oh, okay.
The men are hiding.
That the men that were in this group are under the table. I don't know. Need to see your heads out.
They are
Okay,
going to wave
please,
to us.
you start.
Even when they are having their snack, they
Please,
can wave
the
to us.
The floor is yours. You can ask them to wave to you now.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We apologize that we are going to have to distract your ears, and we only leave the mouth moving so that you can have your snack as you listen to us. This is the gender team on behalf of the ladies and gentlemen that are very passionate about gender. Kindly wave to us, the gender team on both ends. We were many. Where are the rest? They are hiding. Anyway, we are here to give you the ideas that were brainstormed by the gender team. My name is Flavia Namagembe with my colleague.
7 minutes,
Alison.
3.5, 3.5.
Alison Nsima.
Thank you, moderator, for the reminder. So, as a gender team, just a recap of the questions. The questions were basically three. What do you want to see at COP28? What issues should be considered? And what do you want to see in the position paper? First of all, we need to know what gender is. I believe we all know gender, but let's just re-echo what it means. So gender is, these are socially constructed roles for men, women, boys, and girls. We all realize they are socially. They were not godly sent. It's us human beings that are now setting them to be. And the background why we are discussing gender in this meeting is because in the June sessions, there was no negotiation text that was developed for the gender thematic area, and that's why we are here to speak on behalf of the gender thematic area. The gender thematic area ahead of COP28 is basically to ensure issues of gender are mainstreamed in the different thematic areas and are also in the line with the NAPs that were developed. Also, in the thematic area, on the Gender Day, that's 18th November, mainly it's the synthesis reports that will be shared on the gender thematic area specifically. So, in response to the questions above, we broke down or we classified the issues and matters we need considered according to the different areas that we have. Under adaptation, The first issue we laid out is under the loss and damage fund, there is need to align the health issues that occur as a result of climate change impacts and variations. Usually, when we get climatic changes and disasters, we've seen in LDCs very many health issues that rise due to destruction of the health facilities. Especially, we saw what happened in Kasese, and that's why we came up with this issue of health issues being aligned again and then considered first under the loss and damage to restructure maybe and have the gender, I want to speak on behalf of the girl child, being brought forward and laid forth. Secondly, in the operationalization of the loss and damage fund, the sexual reproductive health and rights for children, women, and youth also need to be considered. You all realize that after the damage and destruction of, or after climatic disasters, we usually get so many scenarios, and these affect women. We get sexual violations. After one leaving their comfort zone and comfort home they've been living in, they'll be now vulnerable at this point that they can be very leveraged, both physically, socially, mentally. So sexual violations after disasters are very prone and they are very common. So that's why we are saying, as they operationalize the loss and damage fund, we need the sexual reproductive health and rights of children, women, and youth to also be considered. Thirdly, the youth want early warning systems to be decentralized to enable adaptation planning and alignment to the global adaptation goals. In case we are to have a disaster, we request that the already developed countries could provide early warnings to the youth about the disasters that are to happen, so that they can also have prior preparations done. The next point, under the global stock tech, the youth and gender issues need to be brought out properly. My colleague will highlight more on this as she also takes on the other part. Lastly, under adaptation, especially loss and damage, gender mainstreaming in the adaptation plans, including the NAPs. In the NAPs, we have different sectors. So if there is a possibility of these sectors being streamlined towards gender specifically, let's say agriculture, trade, energy, specifically for gender, the gender area, we will be very glad. Under technology and development, youth need to be supported to access green technologies that are cost and user-friendly. We have different classes of youth under gender. Let's say the persons with different abilities, and us as developed countries, our cost of living is not that high. So charging a certain technology an amount that we all can't afford is really not worth it. So we would have to bid for cost-friendly and user-friendly technologies to be innovated. Secondly, under technology and development transfer, easing the usability of some of the climate-smart technology for women, youth, and PWDs. If there could be, like you see how we have help centers for PWDs or women, if we could have climate-smart intended for these different classes, it would be also a nice idea.
4 minutes to go.
I'll hand over to my colleague to take up the rest of the discussion.
Good morning once again, ladies and gentlemen. Please clap for her. Thank you. When we're talking about gender, we look at in the finance department itself. What we're looking at is the problem of finances when it comes to funding the youth, funding the women and the girls, and men and boys. And we were talking about the resources that they need, especially in these different areas. That's the issue we are facing here. So what do we want to see in COP28? What we're suggesting is there is need for deliberate resources to be set aside, targeting youth adaptation and mitigation projects in the different climate finances. Then there is need to simplify the accessibility and criteria of the different climate funds for the youth to tap into. What do I mean? Usually when the youth are accessing funds, there is like a whole process for the youth. And now we were asking, we need our policymakers and everybody in charge, we need them to simplify this money when the youth are getting it, when the women are accessing it, when the girls are accessing it. Then support the youth to participate in side events as a means of resource mobilization to invest in climate change actions. Side events most times include the discussions with policymakers. You'll sit in dialogues that have people in them and want to be able to support the youth financially. Then another, when it comes to mitigation, how do we go through with mitigation? There is need to support youth engagement in carbon trading. That is easing the access to licenses and registration as well as other modalities. We recently heard that when we are accessing the carbon markets, it's a bit difficult and there are lots of regulations and rules that we have to follow. So we are kindly requesting that they're able to support the youth engagement in this carbon trading. Then there is need for a special, we saw the need, what we want to see at COP28, we want to see this gender area, especially in mitigation, we want to see them discussing a special emergency fund for women, youth in cases of loss and damage. For instance, we are looking at the floods, we are looking at cases like here in Uganda, especially in LDCs, because we are representing all LDCs. In Uganda, you have floods. The recent floods, how are they going to help the youth and women? Women are going through so many emergency issues. For instance, when you're going through the menstrual part of it, the menstrual cycle, you need a lot of help. And when you're going through loss and damage, you end up, first of all, access to the health centers is difficult. So that entire process, can we please have like a special emergency fund for the women and youth? Then when it comes to capacity building, when we're discussing, we realized youth need their capacity built, especially when we are writing bankable proposals. We need capacity building in proposals. We need funding, so we need proposals. What do we need in this proposal? What exactly are we supposed to have in this proposal? Is it eligible? Are they going to accept it? The funding team, is it going to accept it? Then building the youth capacity to adopt different adaptation and mitigation technologies. That's in capacity building also. Then youth need their capacity to be built to participate in the clean energy participation. So we were talking about having dialogues when it comes to financing a gender-responsive just transition. And these dialogues should include high-level authorities and everybody, stakeholders, negotiators, and the youth and women and men and boys and girls, even the children. Also, one thing we were focusing about before I conclude is the Gender Day. We realized at COP28 there is going to be a Gender Day. We were kindly requesting during the Gender Day, is it possible to just create a platform for youth to advocate for what they want, what we as youth want to see in the gender spaces, especially when it comes to children. How do we involve children some more? How do we involve the girls and the boys some more and not just talk about it? In conclusion, we were aiming at creating a more inclusive, equitable, and gender-responsive approach to climate change, especially to COP28 as we get responses, not only recognizing the unique challenges faced by the different genders, but also harnessing the potential of all genders to contribute to sustainable and resilient responses to climate change at COP28. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. No, the ladies deserve more than that. Please.
Thank you.
Thank you. There's a saying that, hey, what is climate finance saying now? Is that climate finance? Hey, gender inclusion. No, the gentlemen actually are there. They even raised, there's one here whom I know. Yeah? He was part of the team. There's a saying that you always save the best for the last, and they didn't disappoint us. At least they went ahead, made a PowerPoint, very clear. Are there, I know mitigation might start saying now there are more points. Are there some more additions? The things were very clear under each thematic area. Maybe The hands are just for appreciating, right? Oh, okay. Let me start from this side, then I'll come there. Lecturer, be very brief.
Thank you. Maybe I myself will proclaim the child advocate. I don't know. Anyone 17 and below among the youth here could raise up their hand. So I don't know when they were. Yes. So what I'm saying is that we should include children who are youth in these dialogues, because I don't know whether we are building our future or their future, because they are the ones that are most affected by the impacts of climate change than us.
Thank you. Thank you. Lecturer, I think you are not attentive. They elaborated that very clearly. I had it in the presentation. I think you are only looking at the ladies. Anyway, anyway, that's a joke. But he didn't, but they explained them. I actually had that. Please, be very brief.
Okay, thank you very much. Gender inclusion is important for our work as young people, especially for this girl in the rural community. Action. I train them in making reusable sanitary pads. Why? Because there is a clear relationship between reproductive health and climate change. We see children in primary schools exchange their body to acquire money for pads because their parents had low harvest which could not be sold to acquire this pad for this child. This put these children at risk of acquiring diseases, teenage pregnancies, and school dropouts. And also, we see parents give their children's hand in marriage for economic gains. This has increased poverty and the rate of gender-based violence among these communities. So besides this, to make ends meet, we see these parents resort to destruction of the natural forest to acquire a pad for this child. This is alarming. So this calls for training children in making reusable pads and also to acquire reproductive health knowledge besides tree planting. And this is the work I do. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that. Were you part of the gender team? Adaptation. You're from gender. I'll not give you, you'll just make that submission. The ladies did a very good job. Are there more any, sorry? Small addition.
Thank you. My name is Jemba Michael, and I'm on the gender team. So I just wanted to stress the issue of sexual violence during the disastrous activities that tend to happen, especially in areas where there are landslides and things of the sort. During that time, women are more prone to sexual violence, yeah, and we've seen many unwanted pregnancies happening during that time because people take advantage of them during that specific time. Then the other thing that I really want to stress that one of our presenters talked about is the issue of still sexual violence after the disaster. We realize right now 1 acre which used to give you some very good quantity of products, it no longer happens. So the girls in that area end up being pushed into, cornered into sexual relationships just to eat something. They give you 1,000 for you to survive, and then you end up being used in that case. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I hope the different teams or the thematic secretaries are taking note. You realize that at the end of it all, we are going to present this. The team, Denise, and yes, I hope that work, you're capturing them, because we are going to present to validate the information again. Yeah. We don't want you to say that we have excluded something. We gave you our position. This is, we are not seeing them. So we are going to have that session again. I think that's marked the end of our presentations for the different thematic areas. I think we all deserve a very big hand clap. Thank you. Like I said, we're going to have a session. We want to dive into, there's a presentation we skipped yesterday, so we want to have it now. You know, time, it's now already 11, right? Yes, 11 something. So we need to, Edwin, the floor is yours.
Okay, thanks a lot. But can we give him a big round of applause, Mr. Martin? You need to stand here, and the young people appreciate you. You know, we've walked a long journey with this gentleman, and every time we have any climate change-related engagement, especially for the young people, he's the focal point for the youth in the ministry at the Climate Change Department. So let's really give him a big round of applause. Thank you so much, Martin. We love you as young people, but please bear with us. We normally stress you, but thank you for really being strong and supporting the youth agenda in climate space. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you too.
Yes. Ladies and gentlemen, I think this is the last day of this engagement, and we must appreciate the youth, the young people. My friend Sam, we apologize that we are not bringing the children yet, but they are already considering them. Recently, Youth Go Green with UNICEF, we had a very strong engagement, specifically focusing on the children. And we all know that the children are suffering a lot. In terms of any disaster that comes directly, it affects them. So it is something that we will definitely, again, work on and consider that the children, the voiceless, will be heard in these conversations. So we take note of that. But again, friends, this is Edwin again. I'm part of the team that has been organizing this forum, this training, this summit, and this is our third day, which is our last day. I want to be sure, before I do this quick presentation, that at least there's something that has changed in your life when it comes to understanding the climate change science, a bit of it. Can we get that? I would call it a testimony. Do you think you have changed? Do you think something has changed? Especially our youth who have not had an opportunity to be, okay, I know you have been in Kampala, but you have not been invited by UNDP before and the government specifically to talk about these issues of environment, climate change, and natural resources. But you have heard just about them. And you, as if it's a rumor, that there's something called climate change, environment, government doing this and that, but you have been at the back in your villages, in your districts, in your areas, and at least this is your first time of a formal engagement of this nature. Are we having you here and you feel like you have really understood some of these processes, the co-ops and all that? Are you there and you think something has changed? Are you there? Be honest, are you there? Can we feel you? Are you there? So when you go back home, will you know now that government is actually serious and is acting on climate change? Can we get that testimony? Are you sure? Because whatever we discuss here, they don't end here. That's the fact. We discuss issues that will be incorporated in the national agenda of government. And when we have global partners, UNDP is not an implementer. It does not implement directly. It is you, us. But it implements issues that we have raised, isn't it? So I am really, really happy on behalf of the organizing team that your life, at least you have got an idea of what climate change is, of what the conference of the parties are, or what they mean, or climate change, adaptation, mitigation, loss and damage, and all these issues that we have been talking about. We are really, really excited that when you go back home, in your areas, you will be able to mobilize. In fact, our plan, we would have loved to invite most of us, but because the resources are not enough, we pick a handful. But we expect you to be the voice of the voiceless, the people you have left behind. And we expect you to network, to mobilize, and also to educate your colleagues who have not been able to be selected in this forum, isn't it? So the information you have gathered shouldn't stop with you. Don't be selfish. Share knowledge and information. And you know, knowledge, information is power, isn't it? So once you get back home, tell them that, by the way, there is a chance for our climate change actions to be supported by government, by other non-state actors, and we can do it this way or the other way, isn't it? So thank you so much for following since the beginning of the day, the other day, up to now. I have seen you. The turn-up has been good. From day one to the last day, you need a big round of applause for yourselves. Thank you so much. For some of us who see this kind of commitment, then we know that in the next 20, 30 years, there's going to be a big change when it comes to the way we govern our natural resources. Not so. There's going to be a big change. So I believe in the power of the young people, and I know we can make a big difference. So ladies and gentlemen, we started on Wednesday. And of course, we had the political session, speaking, making statements. Our commissioner was here, the head of UNDP, Resident Rep, was here. The youth members of parliament that we sent to parliament were also here. The leadership of the National Youth Council, some of us have been throughout that journey of the National Youth Council. It has groomed us, it has trained us. I am partly a technical person, but also somewhere a leg in politics like that. But because I have the zeal and the interest to serve the interests of the young people, not so. But from day one, people made statements. People had different conversations. And I want us to just give you that reflection. What we have been discussing, do they make sense to you? Or do you think they don't make any impact? My presentation is just very, very brief. I am not going to take long. I just wanted to give you a little bit of the Youth Go Green. As a leading youth-led organization advancing climate action in Uganda, we bring together all youth who are engaged in climate change, green growth, environment protection, sustainable development goals, and those that are interested in empowering the fellow young people in Uganda, but also in African countries. We have some chapters in some few different African countries. And we're now looking at advancing our actions and making sure that we drive the climate change agenda with a vision to engage and empower youth. And this organization has been at the forefront of raising awareness about the climate crisis, environmental challenges, and also advocating for innovative solutions to climate change. We have done that since 2014 when we were struggling. Can I tell you something, a secret? That if you want to succeed in life, you must be resilient. You must be committed to a vision, a mission that you put forward for yourself. It's not easy to build, to be committed to a particular cause and mission. Young people, normally they make an error that, you know, for us, we don't know what we want. But I can assure you, the moment you say, I am going to plant trees, and you commit yourself to that, you will make it. If you say, I am going to collect waste, garbage, recycle it, and you stay in your lane, I can assure you, you can do it. You can do it. If you say, I am going to talk about climate financing, I'm going to be speaking for those who cannot speak for themselves, and you continue in that direction, you will make it. It's what I want to tell you, that for us, we have been able to do all this since that time. Now, the Youth Climate Summit, we called it Youth Climate Summit, and also a pre-COP 2018 Youth Negotiators Capacity Building. That's what we have been doing since the other day. So, a bit of a background, that as a party, Uganda is a party to UNFCCC, and we have a mandate as a country to participate in the COP processes. They gave you the background of how Uganda started participating. We have our elders, we had our elders the other day and yesterday, and they have been telling us the journey that Uganda has walked up to the level where we are. And wanted to give you that background, that when you look at the young people, the youth play a very critical role in representing the country's interest in the COP and in advocating for solutions that address the climate change. crisis. However, we realize that some of us, we do not have the necessary skills and knowledge. Because if it is your first time, you see now, I know not all of us will go to COP. I am being sure. By the way, I repeat, I don't think that whoever has attended this session will go to COP. My prayer is that all of us go. But some of us, we may not go because we probably don't have resources to take us there. I can tell you a secret, the government is not going to fund us. Even the development partners, I am being honest. I am being honest. Unless you be very strategic and you, okay. Because they are here, we will talk about these things. I will guide you on how to maneuver through, yeah? I'll guide you at some point. Because, you know, when you get that enlightenment, probably you might convince them and they're like, this is serious. These guys, we must take this person. But to get to that level, there's a way you must package yourself. Huh? You must convince them that you're a big resource, that if you don't go to COP, probably Uganda will lose something. You understand what I'm talking about? My brother here is laughing. But that's the fact. So, but this is what we are talking about. Can we give you, of course, my brother Martin talked about that we have not, the climate change science and all aspects of this nature are deep, they are technical. But we wanted to raise that awareness to give you the understanding of the climate change governance issues for the country and all that. And we know that youth have got the potential because you bring fresh perspectives, innovative solutions. Do you know this? Have you seen the presentation that you guys have done today in your thematic area groups? I can assure you, your presentations are actually no. but I must appreciate you from the bottom of my heart. Just because some of our guys have some resources to go. Okay, also what I'm saying. Negotiator. I'm going to go and negotiate. But when you reach it and negotiate like this, okay, those guys are making noise. There is a certain aspect which is very critical for the country. Some of them may not have the potential and the critical thinking to analyze the statement that indeed Uganda must participate in this particular. And you know, negotiations, it is a debate of just a sentence, one line like this. It can cancel almost the entire session of the day. So some of them go when they are not what? Prepared. But for us, I want to request you, young people, climate change is something that is still with us. So what we need to do, let's get interested in the process of climate change negotiations. There are very many opportunities, even funding, okay, let's continue with the presentation. It will be for another day. Now, why we invited you here? Purposely, this engagement was to understand that yes, the youth have gaps in terms of negotiations, climate change aspects and all that. And we recognize that the youth across the world, and particularly in Uganda, you have issues where you have been left out. You have been left out in some of these dialogues. It's the fact. You understand? It's the fact. Can I tell you, this is the very first of its kind that the government of Uganda, in partnership with some of the development partners, have had an official capacity building or training specifically on the negotiations. This today. All along, yes, Youth Go Green, we have always held annual conferences on climate change, talking about, issues and all that. But here, it is the first of its kind that we have organized a climate change negotiation capacity building session for you to understand the processes. Actually, we didn't go deep into the real negotiations, but at least we gave you an overview and a feel of what these climate change negotiations be like, isn't it? So, when we realized there was a gap, the Ministry of Water, UNDP, and some of us who probably contributed some ideas that we must have at least a 3 days comprehensive capacity building program to empower the young negotiators to make sure that we address the challenges of leave no one behind, but at least to make sure that we have you on board as the next negotiators of this country. It's for this reason that we had to come up with this engagement. Now, I want to, there are quite many. These are the outcomes and recommendations. Most of you followed the proceedings since yesterday and today. I mean, yeah, the other day, yesterday and today. But there are few things that, there are quite a number of issues that came out, and I wanted just to highlight. I'm not going to explain more than what I can, but I'm going to just, just mention about some of these bullets. One, most of you emphasize the importance of the support for your climate change initiatives. Let me tell you, all the initiatives that you are doing in your rural areas, in your communities, they form actions or solutions when it comes to mitigation, when it comes to adaptation. You understand? So, but because you do not have funding or support, you die with your initiatives. Your ideas, you keep them at home. You keep writing, when actually you cannot even implement your initiatives. So most of you called on financial and logistical assistance to turn your ideas into actionable projects that can contribute to the environmental sustainability, and which is a good thing. For some of us who have an opportunity to rub shoulders with the heavyweights, the heavyweights, you know them, the government, the development partners, we will continue to say, can you put out a call for support of the youth or for supporting youth-led initiatives? We will continue to do that. In UN, there are a number of financing mechanisms which I want to interest you. There is what they call small grants program. It's I think UNDP. Now, they call you to propose or submit your proposals. I know sometimes the process is tedious. You may probably not be selected, but don't give up. Continue submitting your proposals. One day, one time, your idea will be supported. You will be picked. But let's continue to call for support of our initiatives. Again, you called for greater involvement in policy discussions like this. This is good. Some of our young advocates urged for a more prominent role in policy discussions and developmental strategies to combat climate change. You believe, young people, you believe that your perspectives and innovative ideas can drive more effective climate solutions. This was very prominent in your discussions the other day. The other outcome is that you wanted also to be prepared for COP28 and for other upcoming COPs, which is good, isn't it? Like, for instance, I know some of you have already expressed interest even to exhibit at COP. Uganda, for the very first time again, is going to have a pavilion. For the very first time, for all these years that they have been negotiating, it is this year in Dubai that we shall have a home. Can we give a big clap to government? A home. Previously, we would just rotate around, here and there. You have a discussion. You want to meet a commissioner or a funder. You probably meet in the corridors. or you go and if there is maybe a Uganda session, we borrow the pavilion of Nigeria, of Rwanda. You know Rwanda also. You guys, we have suffered, but it's okay. We will get there. We will get there. Now, that's why the government this time around is excited to bring everybody on board. We want to see how can we make use of our pavilion. Will it make any impact? Our brand as a country, will it, your solutions, your ideas. In the program, they have given us a youth day. What are we going to do? Let us not, but we will do something big. Now, I know some of you view COP28 as a platform to amplify your voices on a global scale, which is very important and very true. Fostering international partnerships and connections. I mean, when you have a visitor, or you are lobbying, and this is a very important person. By the way, let me tell you, when you're at COP, you have capacity to meet Biden. I took a picture, said I think it was Glasgow, I don't know which COP, Trump attended. And I think that's the time when US pulled out of the negotiations, but he attended. So when he passed just behind me like this, I took a selfie like this. The guy was just moving. The good thing was moving slowly like this. So I was very strategic enough. I held my phone like this. Meaning, given an opportunity, and you have to be strategic also. Temugenda, you just young, be strategic. When you have such people, ask for a card. Reach out. Just 1 minute, the person can be convinced. You understand? And you know when you are there, you can't know who you are talking to, by the way. There are so many people around. You can't know. So this COP is a good platform for you to network, to establish new partners. Last year for me, at least, we managed to seal 2 partnerships. We're going to have a 3-year program on capacity building on Article 6. Youth Go Green. We met a partner who is going to train us in carbon market and all that. They are looking for funds, and I think we have already concluded all other arrangements. And these guys will be, we will reach out to you. That's why I'm saying, when you go there, be strategic. If you can't go to the negotiation rooms, be looking out for partners. That's the fact. But when you go there and you start taking pictures, you'll come back with your phones full of pictures. Like you did. I am being honest. Okay, I have a lot to share, but it's not an sharing experiences. Then the other thing that came out in the process of this dialogue was active participation and also being proactive at national, regional, and global levels when it comes to climate change conversations. I'm happy that some of you, I'm really excited that we have a balanced dialogue across the country. We have people coming. Who are those coming from Chigezi, by the way? Can I see those that came from Chigezi? Chigezi? Where? Can you imagine? Thank you so much. Can we clap for you? You had an issue with the landslide also. Can we also see those coming from Karamoja? The lady here with you see? Can we see those coming from Kasese? You will not come. Yes. You see? Now, that's what we call diversity. I'm happy that this is happening, and we'll continue to do this. Maybe next time, Madame Gloria is speaking to somebody. Maybe next time, we shall do regional. No, sir. We leave out Kampala. It's good to see such a hotel, but we shall also extend these conversations to the regions. I want to work with Martin. I know a miracle can happen. That we get at least 2 full weeks of our engagement at a national level. We leave Kampala and we go and find you in your areas. Isn't it? We have these conversations at the district level. At the district level. Isn't it? I know that will make a big impact. Now, in terms of participation, you recommended that to achieve this, there must be an in-depth knowledge sharing, especially around climate change facts, and also understanding Uganda's unique challenges and contribution in relation to climate change. Yesterday, the professors were saying, can you get the facts about Uganda? Again, at COP, one of our colleagues made a mistake. I don't want to mention the name, but they were in the negotiation rooms and somebody just, because you know, Uganda is very generous. They will give you a party badge. They're going to give it to you. By the way, for some of you, you don't know the weight of that badge. The moment you get it from CCD, the Climate Change Focal Point for UNFCCC, and you have that badge in your neck, let me tell you, you are carrying Uganda on your head. I repeat, you are carrying your country where? Yeah, my God. In other words, whatever you speak, even when you're in the corridors of, around, or in whatever you talk about, the person will first look at, hey, you're from where? You know how they speak, their accent. Oh, you're from Uganda, yes. And they will look at, the first thing they will look at, the party. And they will respect you. They respect something written on like party. So in other words, whatever you talk about, it is Uganda speaking, not you. You understand what I'm talking about? Whatever you talk about is your country, not you as an individual. So you must have facts. You must know what Uganda's NDC is and what are the country's targets when it comes to emission reduction. You understand? So before you leave Kampala, I repeat, before you leave Entebbe Airport, we have all the smartphones. Understand, you can even pick some literature from the CCD or UNDP, free of charge. Government, can we try to disseminate information? Can we get this information out of the ministry and we take it to communities? Can we translate this information into the languages that we all understand? UNDP, can you kindly help us to print or to make sure that we have enough literature given to government to disseminate to the population? Now, we talked about participation and promotion of energy transition processes. Many of us, especially our young negotiators, have been calling, and some of us, we talk about some of these things when we are not even aware of them. Now, what is energy transition? Who can tell me what it is? We're talking about energy transition. What is energy transition? Speak with your voice. I'm not giving you a microphone. Come. I want this to be engaging. I normally don't want to make, okay, let me give you a microphone. Energy transition.
Yes, energy transition. It is when you are transiting from the dirty fossil fuels to clean energy. For example, the renewables like electricity, the use of electricity, solar energy, and others. Thanks.
Now, thank you so much. Do we have a role as young people to support the country's efforts into the energy transition process? Do we have a role? What role do we have? What role do we have, Doreen?
We have the energy and the innovation. No, it was too close. Okay. Yeah. So as young people, we have the role to play in engaging the policymakers, but also finding innovative ways in which we can bring down to the local population to enable just transition.
Can we clap for her? We have the power to influence policy. That's one. You understand? We have the power to influence policy. Two, we are innovative enough. We are creative. We can give the country ideas that will support the energy transition process. You understand? The last one. We said that we must promote creativity and innovation. That's what we have been talking about. There is need for inclusiveness. Okay, the need for inclusiveness was emphasized by Honorable Odoi Bernard, the Youth Member of Parliament, and all young people should have an opportunity to engage in climate discussions and contribute to innovative solutions. Also, our Commissioner for Climate Change stressed that the importance of promoting creativity, innovation among the youth to develop climate change solutions. There is a saying, okay, we have been speaking a lot, we have been lamenting a lot, but also we have been demonstrating a lot, holding placards and all that. I remember Youth Go Green organized a global climate strike that we ended up on CNN, and we had like almost half 1 million of youth in Kampala. But you see, that's not enough. We can make noise, but what can we do as young people? What actions? Can we stop advocating? As we continue to advocate, can we also take some actions? Isn't it? The other thing that came out prominently was our engagement in the national determined contributions. Young negotiators saw NDCs as a critical tool to combat climate change and urged peers to actively engage in development of these contributions. I must appreciate the Ministry of Water and Environment, and particularly the Climate Change Department, that whenever they revise, there's a revision for NDCs, they consult the young people. At least they invite us to make contributions. And we must appreciate. And this is a good recommendation that every time there is a revision for NDCs, we must take part as young people. Yeah? Another thing which I already mentioned, young people also emphasize the need to explore partnerships with different organizations to acquire support or funding for their initiatives. And they noted, of course, the commitment of the $100 billion that the developed countries at least pledged. Some of these countries, by the way, have not paid. They have not paid. They committed, Netebasasula. That's the issue. And that's why we can amplify our voice as Africa. You know, when you get to COP, for you to have a meaningful lobbying or, advocacy, you have to team up with colleagues. African youth, you must work together. We must work together. Because when we are there, we are negotiating in blocks. There is the African, the gentleman from UNFCCC Secretariat Center gave this highlight. We have the African group of negotiators, we have G77 and China, we have so many, the LDCs and all that. And when we are debating or when we are negotiating, we must push these developed countries as a team. As a team. We cannot just work in silos. Uganda, you cannot push US alone. No, it is hard. You can't push China. Much as China is also, it has a leg in what? It is, there is what they call the G77 and China. The G77 are those countries which their economies are still low. Yeah? But also they added China. I don't know why. Martin, why China was added to the G77 and China group? Martin, I hear that debate started before he was born. Why is China part of the G77?
Thank you, Chair. Yesterday, someone asked how categorization is done. Until the youth go to Washington, on the 2 blocks of the World Bank and IMF, and demand that recategorize China from being a developing country to a developed. Once you do that, we will cut off China from the G77. But as far things are concerned, China is a developing country, and China in New York, where the permanent missions are, it is under the cluster of G77 and China. So that is how things are.
Confusing. You have heard. We all know China as a developed country. But when it comes to, because you know why? They don't want to pay. Because you see, we're saying, can the big polluters pay for the damages they have already caused? But because the Chinese are big and have the monies, they have to lobby and say, for us, we are going to stay in this group of developing countries. Is China still a developing country, really? This debate will go for another day. Most of you emphasized Uganda's natural resources and people. Okay, you are looking at how can you amplify your voices to ensure that you protect Uganda's natural resources and putting our efforts on climate change to reduce the negative actions that are already happening on our natural resources. There is a lot of pressure on our natural resources. But as young people, we have the force, we have the voice that we can stop the bad guys. How do you put a factory in a wetland? How? Is that what you're going to say when you grow rich? Is that what you're going to do? Huh? Because you have the power, probably political power, then you'll end up constructing a factory in a wetland. So, some of us, we must speak out. We must emphasize the need to protect our natural resources, because this is the only way our country can survive the impacts of climate change. We also emphasize that we must be ready for carbon credits. Of course, UNDP is very big, the Ministry of Water and Environment, Climate Change Department. They are working to come up with regulations to support the the carbon credit markets. And I think they are almost getting to the level where we now, Ugandans will be happy to start carbon. Do you know some of these things, carbon credits? Someone was telling me, carbon credits or carbon markets means okutunda mpeo. Is it true or not? Who wants to say no? Okutunda mpeo. Can I translate it for the guys? For you, that you can sell air. Is that true? Otunda mpeo. You are selling air.
Clean air.
Okay, thank you. But you see, the developed countries are already trading in carbon. They are selling their air already. And they are getting a lot of money from carbon credits. But for us, Uganda, I think we still have a challenge. When they come here, that's why the ministry and government is really developing the regulations. They have certain standards. But for us, because we don't know, we shall just give in our natural resources. You have a yucca plantation, because you have had another person bringing in some investors, they are trading in carbon, they give you just a peanut. But there is a lot of potential, especially bringing in money for these natural resources. So again, we must advocate for these aspects, and we must make sure that we continue to speak to government, to call upon government to wind up, speed up the regulations so that the young people can also have interest to plant. Because imagine if they tell you that plant your trees, we are going to come and give you money. Maintain your trees, that's the whole point. Keep your trees for a certain period of time. Don't cut them. Meanwhile, we shall continue paying you money. Who doesn't want that clean money? But we must understand the processes involved in that aspect. So finally, I wanted to emphasize the point that we had the reason to have this engagement, the dialogue. We wanted to create that awareness. We wanted to inform you about the climate change processes. We wanted to ensure that you understand from word go, how you must negotiate, how you must speak about your country, what you must speak about. There are certain things, by the way, when you're at COP that you're not supposed to speak. I'm being honest with you. You can't, for instance, go and say, you know what? Our government has given out all the wetlands. And when you have a badge, you understand that, our government has given out all the wetlands to the investors. You have a party badge. I'm telling you, it's going to be on record. The China will say, or US will say, now look at these ones. And they're here, they want money for climate change or for loss and damage. You want it for what? When you don't know the importance of your natural resources. So you must be careful the way you trade there. Because you think you may be convincing a potential partner or an investor, then again you say, and yes, this guy is already in the government, they don't want to spend money on you. And then for you start saying, you know what, I need some money, I want to plant trees, what, establish an asset bed, I have a proposal concept, and our country, the government has given, but the guy will laugh at you and say, okay, nice, you have my business card. But the moment you send, you will know, this is a chap from Uganda. These guys don't know what they want. You understand? So when you're there, you must, either you are going as a lobbyist for partners, especially the observer guys who have the observer. The observers, of course, in a negotiation room, you can't even speak. No, nothing. You can't even talk about anything. But a party badge, it clears you. You can speak. You can say anything. That's why we want to be careful on how you speak. Because you see, they will write again to Uganda and say, they will quote you. You know what we are talking about here? You, in a negotiation room, they will quote you. They will say, Uganda said this. And why is saying you need money for L&D? So that puts you off completely. And the moment government knows how you negotiate, they will start, your card has, I don't know why it's not coming out. There's an issue. I think the Secretariat has not given us the list yet. What? Kumbe, they have technically knocked you what? So you must be strategic. If you are going to lobby, some of you, I know, will have shopping. First of all, you're going to be your first time to board a plane. Yes, it's okay, but still, when you board the plane, don't you say hi to a neighbor. Hey, say hi to a neighbor. You never know. How about if you could be a nephew of Bill Gates? And the guy says, man, we've been looking out to work with some of you, but Africa, I don't know, where is Uganda? Then you start, but when you go and you want to take a picture with him, a selfie, you will lose. I know you can shop. Shopping is normally on a Sunday, because there are 2 weeks, yeah? There are 2 weeks of negotiation. So the first week is, if it's your first time, you are going there, you don't know where to start from, you're running. You see everybody is moving up and down. Then you follow somebody, you don't know where the person has gone. That guy was telling Commissioner Onduli, and he has, some of at least we still have some guys who have some energy. They have speed. The first time my first time in COP, my God. You follow the guy, he's moving into this room, he peeps around, he said, it's not the one. Then for you, because you have seen him enter, you enter. Because there are many people, you look around, you say, but where is this guy? It's crazy. But it's a good experience. But for you guys, don't convince your parents and they start selling some of your family property to get to COP. I'm being honest. I was speaking a lot on it. It almost happened to me. It's good to share experience. The other day we missed out on some of these things. Sorry, we're almost breaking. This is the second last presentation, but it's good to tell you what you should expect, isn't it? So shopping will happen on a Sunday. Normally COP closes on a Sunday. They give you 1 day, but Saturday you must work. On Sunday, you're off. If you have your dollars, pocket money, that's when you can go and take some. The guys who went to Egypt, they went to, some of them got lost. They got lost completely. And the other thing is you will find a lot of media. The journalists have too many. And because there are too many, they want to get views from the participants about the whole process, isn't it? So you'll find the guy will say, Omiya, what's up? How are you? How do you see COP? What's happening? Are you achieving your targets? Do you think the journalists will tweet, they'll give you some questions. And then when you're not ready, that's where you'll make a mistake. Some of us, we must also understand some bit of English. Because they will invite you on camera, the guy will convince you, and you also want to appear on TV. If maybe it's a CNN or Al Jazeera, or they will start questioning you. But the guy will tease you and ask you a question, and you have forgotten you are wearing a party badge. Uganda is here in your neck. And then, we are here. But you can't even know what's happening. You have no idea why you came. You can't be sure what's the purpose of you coming to COP. You understand what we are talking about? So you start speaking here and there. So you must look for an area where you think you can achieve and you can speak. For me, when my first time, of course, I was a youth delegate. I had taken about 6 of our members, courtesy of the government of Uganda, of course, with development partners. They supported about 6 of us. So, but then my issue was youth. So that's when we entered in. We started working out with Yango. Tried to understand what this youth constituency is. For the very first time, I was also on a panel I was the only black. I made a statement because, for me, God helped me. I had some bit of information about climate change. And I gave a story about Bududa. That time, I think the landslides, okay, I'm not saying thanks to God that Bududa had these landslides, but it gave me what to speak about. You understand? Because if I didn't quote Bududa, the landslides, then probably, because by then I couldn't even understand the negotiations. I couldn't. But because, I knew Bududa was an issue that time when we left the country, I said, you know what? We lost about 200 people, children and youth, women. We had a big flood. They, really? Yes. And that's why we are here. I've come to negotiate so that we see how to fix this problem of climate change. So I am telling you, you must at least know a few things, some facts about your country, and especially how climate change is affecting you. You are lucky you had this session. For me, this session, I never attended that session, nothing. But when I was there, the first scope of my participation in that first scope, I was able to at least make a presentation, and I managed to even lobby. I had a position in the African Youth Network at COP over 22, 21, yeah? And that's when we hosted from there. And you see, when you reach here, they ask you what, your take home. What did you achieve? And because I was funded, I think, by government and UNDP, FAO, so I had really to justify my going to COP, isn't it? So when I came back, I said, no, I lobbied for the African Conference of Youth to be here in Uganda. And some of you attended that meeting where we had a large turnout of African youth. So, kindly, don't have the excitement. And for some of you, Dubai is like Kampala. Yes, because some of you, that's your shopping center. You want to go and probably shop. But don't ask for the badge, the party badge when you're going to shop, isn't it? We can give you the observer badges. You go and observe how, trade and the shopping, the business is conducted in Dubai, isn't it? But where you have the badge, and then again you forget and go with it in a club. I'm just telling you the facts, what I have seen. Because you are afraid, you're in a foreign land, eh? So this one is like your national ID. Just because you have a friend, you have networked with a friend from Nairobi, Kenya, the East African community now comes in the integration aspects. You're like, man, Bangambi Waloka Kirab. You talk to your colleague, hey, you're two of you. So you go and put on, then you reach a club. Then some of you, your drink is your drink. You have to, you can't miss it. Then again, you have your, just walk with your passport is enough. Because you're holding a country. You have a country in your neck, isn't it? So you just leave it behind, but go with your passport, isn't it? So it's the whole experience, but it's a good experience. But lastly, what I want to emphasize, let's have the next generation of the negotiators for this country. That's my whole plan. That we should build a team, even if we are 20, but solid. You understand what I'm talking about? Yesterday, I asked a question here. It's the first question that Mr. Onduli answered. Some of those guys have been my mentors. Onduli is the person who introduced me in climate change. If he was here, I would really appreciate him. Because by then I was in the National Youth Council in the Ministry of Gender. And he was our boss, of course, the commissioner. But I had a small car, a Primo, and on the door there was a tree. You know a tree? Okay, we call it a logo. So he saw a tree. That's when we had started Youth Go Green. So that Premier car had a logo of a tree. So he's as a boss. And he was a new guy. He was a new guy. He had, of course, he had joined the ministry. But for him, he had already, been in the climate change negotiations. So when he saw a car, a small vehicle, I was now promoting tree planting. I had a target to mobilize 1 million youth to plant 1 million trees. It was a campaign launched by the president. So I was also feeling myself into this climate change thing. That was way back. I don't know, whether 2014, 13, something like that. So he saw a tree. He said, young man, how are you? He said, I'm Monduli, I'm a commissioner for youth here. So I've seen your logo, your car, and there's this. I said, yeah, what do you do? I said, we are planting trees, mobilizing youth, in universities and all that. I said, but do you know these things of climate change? That's where the story began. I started picking interest, I mobilized. So then I went back and kindly, I know some of you have not studied anything related to environment, climate change, natural resources, agriculture, nothing. Kindly do your desk research. If you want to pick interest, you must know. Do your desk research. You have smartphones. Understand the climate change processes. Know them. Since then, I started learning about climate change all through. Every day, I would Google what climate change causes, impacts, solutions.
And in 2 minutes.
Very good. So, that's what I wanted to end with. So lastly, let's appreciate government. By the way, I really, really appreciate it. I don't know how I feel, but I really thank the Ministry of Water and Environment. And this is a commitment from us, the young people, that we have known us for the confusion. That's the honest truth. You know us as confused guys, but this is a commitment. For some of us are focused to support the country's efforts to address the climate crisis. And we will continue that journey. It's a commitment I want to make on your behalf to government, isn't it? Let's focus. Let's unite. Let's work together. Let's not front youth go green, this, that. Can we unite and have at least a close collaboration and partnership with government? They are willing to support us. But when they see us, no. For me, I told you a story. I told you this was a concept I drafted myself. And I had put like a Youth Go Green logo. But I was very excited when they removed it. I saw when they Mercy and Gloria. They saw a concept, they removed, they sent me back the thing. Say, okay, I felt okay. And what comes next? A meeting of other young people, a few of us. And for me, it was a plus. I thank you so much. I thank you for that. But let's work together, colleagues. Let me tell you, temuja kufuna bugaga from these things. It's not about making money. This is not a money-making venture. It's the war we are fighting, and we must fight together as a team. And if we were to get support from government, we should unite and be a force. Do you know?
One minute.
I don't want to say we're going to change the government, but we can cause something to happen in that ministry that oversees climate change. You know what? If we say, this policy, we are not agreeing with it, as young people, but if I go alone, they will just laugh at you. But if we go together as a team and say, no, but where is this climate change financing only accessed by the experts, professors? How? Can't we also access financing to climate change innovations? Why do you have to make this process very complicated? Can't you simplify? Now they have a climate change unit in Ministry of Finance. That climate finance unit, yes, they created it. But can your initiatives or our initiatives get supported by that? But because they have put up all the complicated application processes, then we don't get the support. Next time, can we say, enough is enough? We are having solutions, but as young people, why can't you delete this statement so that we can also acquire this funding? That's what I'm talking about, isn't it? And we have the potential to do that. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for lunch. I know some of you are hungry.
Not it.
But I must appreciate you. Thank you so much, Martin and the team, Gloria and the team, Mercy. But importantly, our young people that responded to our call, we will continue to engage you. I said yesterday, this was an overview. But next time, we are going to do real practicals of the negotiations. If you want to be a negotiator for the next, for the years to come in your life, we're going to engage you by all means. We will continue to impart knowledge in your head until you understand the position of Uganda at COP. Ladies and gentlemen, God bless all of you. Thank you. Have a very nice afternoon.
Thank you very much, Edwin. I know some of the words you were whispering, and I realized actually you were talking about us directly, but it's okay. sometimes it's also good to let loose, for the benefit of the rest. But I think we need, on what you said, that when they removed your logo, you felt very excited. We'll need a Bible for you to confess and see if indeed, because at least maybe there was an intention why you first submitted the logo to throw. But I think that is a very good initiative, working together. I could actually maybe give you the experience that we faced as the ministry. Like he said, there were so many demands that are coming from the different youth groups. So the commissioner tasked me that can you first convene all the different youth groups and have a meeting with them? Because we had advancement, others were already coming, we're having an MOU that we need to work with government, direct, clear lines. But in addition to that, others were also approaching. So there was an idea to convene all of them, but we realized there are so many. Now, the meeting could not take place. One, you get a consensus of around 2-3 groups. The others are out of the country. By the way, there are so many activities that go quietly within the youth, and we don't even know. You contact someone, I'm already out of the country. Like, now, which meeting is that? Maybe. So it is very interesting. I think with this platform, I think at the end of here, Edwin, through you, if you can create a group, at least we have representations from the different groups. There are even questions that do not require you to be in for a meeting or some clarity. If you post there, you can actually get it. I belong to so many groups, actually, but you find the foresters. There was a time someone talked about the charcoal burning. So in that group, it has almost everyone, all the DFOs in the country. So, but I think we can also do the same thing. We have this WhatsApp group, but nowadays someone is bored, someone posts a picture for maybe weekend plan, and it's like from Kisoro. So you kind of make people lose interest. So if you can create that group for that purpose only, it will make sort of a meaningful group. So if before we leave here, if that I know you are contacted both on phone and email, UNDP will help us, give us those, and then we just create that. Creating a WhatsApp group doesn't even take a day or even 1 hour. So I think we do that. That could be one of the actions we have here. Today, I don't want the other gentleman. Yesterday, I just found myself, someone almost pulling me from here to go and eat. So let's use the time wisely. There is a gentleman who has something he's going to do, a surprise to all of us. But 5 minutes, enough? Yes, 5 minutes, and then we'll have the presentation of what we discussed earlier on. You will allow me not give you an opportunity. Edwin is here with us. You can have the interactions, but he has told you everything. He has given you both the bad side and the good side. So those ones who are very attentive, you've taken note of that. So let me welcome this. Sorry? Oh. Yes, but Robert yesterday said this first copy had a lot of per diem, so I don't think, you never know, the same opportunity will also be with some of the people here who are going to attend COP. Yeah, there is no food. Even coffee is very expensive, like a small cup.
Yes, it's $50 in Dubai.
It's not, eh? That is the gentleman from the his voice, someone around here. But anyway, there is someone here, surprise. He's going to tell you what he intends to give us. And then we see if fits within or it motivates us. And then we will have the gentleman there with Denise. Please get ready. You'll have, it's just a validation. They are going to present what they have been compiling so that we see, we validate and see if we've not left anything out. Please, the floor.
My name is Emmanuel Obore. I work with Tinuel Debate and Little Frondesis. I am a public speech mentor. I'm also a debate trainer. I'm a poet. I've been in such places before. So be blessed. We are builders of this nation, architects of our own destiny. With dedication, the foundation we lay for a posterity of prosperity. Here and there, brick by brick, tree upon tree, we do this bit by bit by bit by bit, all toward mitigating climate change. I am sorry they cut you, Mr. Forrest. I am bitter they reclaimed you, Mrs. Wetland. But how can our Mother Nature move forward, yet still living in the degraded present? Oh, like Lot's wife, because of fossil fuels and carbon emissions, we have all looked back and turned into salt. No! Put away all the climate change mentalities. This world ought to be a place of love, peace, and dance. But they brought their inhuman selves in at once and turned our peace into misery, degrading our inherent natural environment. By deforestation, overmining, pollution, carbon emissions. Let's put all these things at stop. How long shall suffer we, our mamaland darken, if the duty bearers look on, while the climate changes put our human race at stake? Mitigation in adaptation, in gender, in technology, through finance for climate action is the wonderful phrase. This phrase always gives us hope in these dark days. Jesus is the only Lord. So the lords of climate change have a case to face. And in this pearl of Africa, they have no place. And we have the climate action laws of grace, of full United Nations influence. As COP, this is our grand race. The God of all creation has set this pace. The God of Amen and yes. Now, with the UNDP, with the Ministry of Water and Environment, with the youth, with the national and international agencies of climate action, in a concerted prowess, let us deaden this climate violence. For when there is a talk of bush burning, let us stand up and talk against it. When there's a talk of deforestation, let us stand up and talk against it. When there's a talk of bush burning, let us stand up and talk against it. When there's a talk of climate change, let us talk up and walk against it. Each as a human, together as one. I have finally made a decision, and this is the decision I have made. Amen. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Obore. I think people named Obores are all very good speakers. It's one I used to listen to on KFM. Now I think is the Director of Communications actually in Parliament. It's also called that Chris Obore. Yes, so I think the Obores are just blessed to sort of how to give information. And all of us really, we appreciated that. UNDP, does he have a ticket to UAE already? Sorry? On the pavilion, eh? Oh. Okay. That is noted. The secretariat is behind there. The whole team. Please take the card of Mr. Obore. We are actually discussing and looking for someone who is going to be, and UNDP promised they would support that person. I think now we have where to start the discussion from. So, but also there's a lot of money also in these youth groups. I'm also looking for support. Please don't leave me. Anyway, adaptation first of all took him away. Now the neighbor, I think by the end of the day, that was actually very good. There's a team which is supposed to make a presentation. Denise and the colleague. This time you're not coming with the money, eh? You're just coming. Yeah, like I said, we were supposed to have this very brief cross-check. I know you all belong to the different groups. Cross-check and see what has been compiled. So they will put you on the cross if you've left something behind. Thank you. Sorry? Yes, that's why we need to validate it. So let's be very attentive. I know all of you are in different groups, but doesn't also stop you from looking in other areas. How much time do you need to do this? 15 minutes, 10. Denise is actually saying 10. 5, okay. 15.
Okay, good afternoon once again. Before we begin, we'd like to thank all the partners, UNDP, Ministry of Water, GIZ, Youth Go Green, and all the young people who were able to make it and to attend this very important training. We send out our thanks to everyone for building our capacity and understanding the processes of negotiation, but then to being interested more into the negotiation processes. Because as young people, we just carry placards, stop this, without understanding the implications or what the position of the country is. So we think that this is a very good initiative and it should go on to build our capacity, but to also know what we defend as young people of a very great nation. Yeah, so these were the ideas from the various thematic areas that were discussed earlier from yesterday and today morning. So about the adaptation and loss and damage, adaptation refers to the actions undertaken to adjust human systems and nature to the current and projected impacts of climate change. Adaptation actions work to increase resilience and reduce vulnerabilities to climate change. So as Ugandan young people, we call for urgent action on adaptation, from enhanced financial support, where we're going to have substantial and predictable, okay, just a little bit down. Yeah, predictable financial support to enable developing nations to undertake adaptation measures. Things like adequate and accessible funding should be allocated for capacity building, technology transfer, and infrastructure development, particularly in vulnerable states and marginalized regions. The second thing, technology transfer and capacity building. Developed countries, particularly Uganda, must actively facilitate the transfer of climate resilient technologies and provide the necessary capacity building assisting to developing nations to enhance their adaptive capacities. 3, integrated adaptation strategies. We advocate the integration of adaptation strategies into broader sustainable development plans, recognizing that adaptation is essential for poverty eradication, food security, and overall, just like everyone was talking about why food security and such ecosystems are very important. So you could just scroll a little bit up. And overall socio-economic progress, risk assessment and early warning systems, encouragement of comprehensive risk assessments and early warning systems to help vulnerable countries anticipate and respond to climate-related disasters effectively. Gender-responsive adaptation. Prioritize gender-sensitive approaches in adaptation efforts, ensuring that adaptation strategies address the unique needs and vulnerabilities of women and girls. Addressing loss and damage and adaptation. Recognition of loss and damage. Acknowledge loss and damage as a distinct and integral component of the climate regime, necessitating appropriate attention and action. Mechanisms for compensation and rehabilitation. Well, advocate for establishment of robust mechanisms to assess and provide compensation for irreversible loss and damage caused by climate change. These mechanisms should also include provisions for rehabilitation and recovery. Capacity building for resilience. Well, the word capacity building is like all over. Encourage capacity building initiatives to enhance resilience in vulnerable nations and communities to effectively address loss and damage associated with climate-induced events. Data collection and knowledge sharing. Emphasize the importance of comprehensive data collection and sharing, best practices and lessons learned to better understand and manage loss and damage associated with climate impacts. Collaborative partnerships. Global partnerships and cooperation should be fostered, including public and private sectors, to jointly address loss and damage, ensuring a shared responsibility for the impacts of climate change. That is about adaptation and loss and damage. Going to the second thematic area about mitigation. Well, about mitigation, ambitious emission reduction targets. Advocate for setting ambitious emission reduction targets in line with the latest scientific assessments, aiming to limit global warming to well below 2 degrees Celsius and pursuing efforts to limit it to 1.5 degrees Celsius above pre-industrial levels. 1, it was about equitable responsibilities and differentiated commitments. Emphasize the principle of common but differentiated responsibilities and respective capabilities, recognizing that developed countries should take the lead in emission reductions and provide support to developing countries to enhance their mitigation efforts. And we think that this is something Derek really clarified. Countries like Uganda do not battle with emissions, but things like ecosystem restoration or biodiversity conservation and food systems. 2, finance and technology transfer, highlighting the need for adequate and predictable financial support and technology transfer to developing countries to enable them to transition to low carbon development pathways and enhance their mitigation actions. Adaptation and resilience building, stress the importance of integrating adaptation and resilience building measures into national policies and actions, particularly focusing on vulnerable and marginalized communities, ecosystems, and infrastructure. The 3rd, nature-based solutions and conservation. Promote the use of nature-based solutions, afforestation, reforestation, and sustainable land management practices to sequester carbon dioxide and enhance climate resilience. 4, innovation and research investment. Advocate for increased investment in research and innovation to develop and deploy clean technologies and sustainable practices, facilitating a rapid transition to a low-carbon economy. Then about the SDGs, Sustainable Development Goals and sectoral approach, propose a sectoral approach to address emissions from major sectors like energy, transportation, agriculture, and industry, aligning mitigated actions with achievement of sustainable development goals. The 4th, transparency and accountability, Stress the importance of transparent reporting, robust monitoring, and effective accountability mechanisms to ensure countries meet their mitigation commitments and enhance confidence in global climate action. Then the last one, the just transition and social equity under mitigation. Emphasize the need for a just transition that considers the social and economic impacts of mitigation measures on vulnerable communities and workers, ensuring fairness and equity in the transition to a low carbon economy. Thematic area 3 was about climate finance. Now here we have the money. Financial commitment. We stress the importance of predictability, adequacy, and sustainability in climate finance contributions to meet the needs of developing countries, especially small island developing states and least developed countries. Innovative financing mechanisms. Advocate for the exploration and implementation of innovative financing mechanisms, including green bonds, carbon pricing, public-private partnerships, and leveraging private sector investment. Encourage collaboration among financial institutions, governments, and the private sector to develop and scale up innovative financial instruments that mobilize funds for climate resilient and low carbon projects. Emphasis on private sector engagement to ensure more investment in green projects and sustainability. For debt swap to enable countries like Uganda invest in green projects because they're battling with things like debt overhang. Carbon taxing should be emphasized on multinational companies to ensure Uganda harnesses its natural resources but also maintains sustainable development. We call for an ecosystem and restoration biodiversity conservation, then adaptation and resilience. We stress the importance of adequate funding for adaptation and building resilience to the adverse impacts of climate change, particularly in vulnerable and marginalized communities. Can scroll there? Then we call for a dedicated portion of climate finance to be allocated towards adaptation projects that enhance the resilience of vulnerable communities and ecosystems. Mitigation projects. We emphasize the need for substantial financial support for mitigation projects, including renewable energy, energy efficiency, and sustainable transportation to facilitate the global transition to a low carbon economy. The second, encourage the promotion of climate smart agriculture and sustainable land use practices to mitigate greenhouse gas emissions and enhance carbon sequestration. So about technology transfer and capacity building, advocate for increased financial support for technology transfer and capacity building in developing countries to facilitate the adoption of clean technologies and build local expertise. We stress the necessity of funding initiatives that enhance the transfer and development of environmentally sound technologies to support climate action. 3, young people should be empowered in green jobs in the renewable energy sector. Since climate finance is something that is very important, we need to enhance transparency and accountability, highlight the importance of transparency and accountability in climate finance, including robust monitoring, reporting, and verification mechanisms to ensure the effective and efficient use of funds. 2, we call for strengthened international cooperation and information sharing to track climate finance flows and progress towards meeting climate finance commitments. Just scroll up. Yeah, so those were the first 3 thematic areas.
Thank you. A lot of gratitude to my colleague. Thank you so much for that. I can see the rest of you are very much, I can feel the energy in the room is not right. So before I go to technology development and transfer, I have a small request. Can we stand up for a minute? Just a minute. Just stand up for a minute. And I'll even lead in the stretching. Let's stand up for a minute, let's stretch a bit, and then we can continue. Okay, I will not waste a lot of time. So, thank you, thank you. I just wanted us to have a small, mental relaxation. It was recently Mental Health Day, I think. All right, so we were giving a report for the youth paper, paper that we have compiled together with my colleague from all the thematic areas. And I think to me, all the thematic areas are very important. She has talked about finance, she has talked about mitigation and adoption. And to me, all those have been key areas for this dialogue specifically and this capacity training. So to those that were in the adoption group, to those in the mitigation group, and also finance, cheers to you all and well done. I happened yesterday to represent my technology group, which I'll also again just elaborate. When it comes to technology development and transfer, of course, we had highlighted so much yesterday, but to us is to say, can we advocate for affordable access to sustainable technologies, particularly for developing and least developed countries? So that is one. It is very important that we advocate while at COP28 for easy and affordable access to sustainable technology. It is one thing to have technology development and transfer done to your country, but it's another thing for it to be sustainable. So I think to me that is the major important gap that we actually should be able to advocate for while at COP28. Capacity building and skill enhancement. Yesterday, I was very, very impressed when, of course, one of our colleagues highlighted the work that is being done by Macquarie University. They have done a great job in terms of innovations. And I think, was it last week when they had an exhibition? So much was exhibited. And to me, capacity building is very important because we need to emphasize the need for capacity building, but at the same time, can we enable the effective adoption, implementation, and management of sustainable technologies? To me, that is very important. And if we can invest in human capital and foster knowledge transfer, then to us, we shall have accelerated the global transition of technology to the least developed countries. Let's continue. Let's continue. I want to just be a bit fast on the area of technology, considering it was already presented. Public-private partnerships is one other area that we need to drive technology development and transfer. So if we have to encourage private sector involvement, to me, I think we shall need subsidies, we shall need incentives that can help us promote innovation, but at the same time accelerate deployment of climate-friendly technologies. Incentives for research and development. Yesterday, I talked about the need for us to actually emphasize all our funds for research and development. Very many young people are doing research and development, but it is not being supported by especially the organizations in these developed countries. So can we advocate for a breakthrough in this research and development? Can we have research and development done at a national level, but at the same time also at a regional level? Look at intellectual property rights and licensing. This, of course, comes to flexible licensing arrangements and technology transfer mechanisms that can be encouraged to facilitate the dissemination of knowledge and technologies. Very, very important for us to look at the intellectual property rights. Now, of course, we also have to enhance international cooperation. While at COP28, it's our responsibility to go out there and cooperate with these international organizations. And if we can do that, then we can share knowledge, then we can also promote a global culture of innovation and accelerate the implementation of climate solutions. Adaptation and mitigation technologies. Of course, everything that we are talking about, all these thematic areas must have the component of technology. And this is why, because if we do that, then we shall ensure that the commitments are upheld and necessary adjustments are made to achieve our of course, collective climate goal. All right, so I think to me, those are some of the key areas. And maybe if I forget, we also mentioned that it's important for us to impose our technology to those developed countries as well, rather than us being looked at as the market. That was very, very important to point out. Let's look at what capacity building compiled. Capacity building team was able to compile quite a number of key points that also should be shared while at COP28. The capacity building team compiled that inclusive and equitable capacity building should be done. And of course, they also pointed out that capacity building programs should be well designed for the young people, of course, to continue to bridge the existing gaps and provide equal opportunities. The capacity building team also talked about those tailored capacity building strategies. Is it possible for us to have tailored capacity building programs, tailored capacity building strategies? And these strategies should align with the specific needs, capabilities, and priorities of each nation. And if we can do that, then we should be able to address the diverse challenges faced by countries at different stages of development. Financial and technical support, yes, it is important that capacity building is supported with finance. It is important that capacity building is supported with that technical support. And if they are supported, they should be able to build the capacity of developing nations and enable them to undertake ambitious climate actions. Of course, capacity building is all about knowledge sharing, which is very important. So if we are able to share knowledge, then we should have developed nations actively supporting and facilitating the transfer of knowledge and also skills in developing nations, but also at the same time to the least developed countries. Capacity building team was very spot on when they also mentioned this point of building resilience and adaptation skills. Of course, capacity building efforts are all channeled and narrowed down to adaptation skills and building resilience. But can we have all these efforts of capacity building, can we have them mitigating the impacts of climate change? And if we can do that, then these trainings will help us to implement adaptation strategies both at the local, regional, and national level. And of course, the capacity building team also did not forget about the local communities, because we are in a nation that always undermines these communities. But it is important that we empower local communities. It is important that we engage local communities. And it is important that we have that local participation and empowerment while ensuring sustainable development and the success of our climate actions. Lastly, when it comes to the capacity building team, they mentioned monitoring and evaluation. And if we can do monitoring and evaluation, then we shall have regular assessments. Then we shall have these assessments help us to identify what are those areas we need to improve. What are those areas that can ensure capacity building efforts aligned with, of course, the environment and also those evolving climate priorities. Lastly, our last thematic area was gender. We had two ladies who were very intelligent enough to give us those other key positions of negotiation at COP28. When it comes to gender and climate change, of course, my colleague, she's a feminist. I'm sorry to mention that. But she has been telling me about gender and climate change. But to me, I think the gender group was spot on as well. They mentioned how incorporating gender equality in climate policies was very important. And to me, I think this is important because it addresses the specific needs and vulnerabilities of women, girls, and other gender diverse individuals. The gender team also mentioned how we need to have enhanced representation and participation of women, girls, and all these people at, of course, a global level. And if we can do that, then we should be having them to be a part of decision-making at all processes. And to us, this will give us a very, very good foundation for gender and climate change. Capacity building cannot, of course, be left out. It is something that is important at all areas, especially at all thematic areas. Capacity building and empowerment, especially for those women who are vulnerable and marginalized communities. To me, if we can do that, then we shall actively engage in climate action and adaptation with no problem. Of course, they also talked about the mainstreaming gender in climate financing. All these thematic areas, as I mentioned earlier, they need financial support. So whether it is gender, definitely they also advocate for climate finance mechanisms that can ensure that women and other gender-driven groups have what we call climate change adaptation and mitigation efforts considered. Last but not least, we have data collection analysis. All this is information, evidence-based policies and strategies that promote inclusivity, but at the same time, equity in action related to climate change. And then, as I conclude, we have addressing gender-based violence and climate-induced displacement. This one I won't get so much. Of course, we're going to share this paper with all of you, so you will have to, read in details. But most importantly here is that we advocate for addressing the unique challenges faced by women in climate-induced displacement situations. And of course, it's important, ladies and gentlemen, that we promote gender-responsive technology and innovation. And if we can do that, then we can enable active participation in sustainable and climate-resilient solutions. International collaboration and partnerships for the women and girls who get the opportunity to be at COP28. I cannot stress enough how it is important for us to collaborate with international parties and other partnerships that can, continue to support our gender and of course our knowledge and expertise on gender and climate action, but also fostering a collective effort towards achieving gender equality and climate resilience. I submit. Thank you so much for your attention.
Okay, so just in conclusion, the youth position paper emphasizes three things and the interconnectedness of all the thematic areas in terms of capacity building, but two, in terms of finance, but three, transparency and accountability that cross-cuts along all the 6 thematic areas. We want to thank all of you for your inputs, and whatever is missing, you could always beat us up. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think the team did a very good job. And please, through him, there are different leads that we nominated yesterday. Kindly register and have your contact with these 2 people for follow-up, because we are still going to tune this work furthermore. Yesterday, Professor John Kado actually is, is the one actually who does the overall compilation of this work. And yesterday, when we invited him to make the presentation for the adaptation thematic area, he was very pleased and actually very happy for this meeting alone. And he said that we take note of everything, so that when it comes to having that national position, is able to clearly read the different areas and pick those key things, like even Semambo stressed yesterday. Mr. Semambo, you remember, says not all will fit into the different items, but at least the key ones will be picked, those ones, and then others are used at those different bilateral engagement. So I'll want to hand over to one comment. Yes, actually, the person going to take you through that session is Edwin.
Thank you. Let's thank the team that has presented the position paper. Can we give them an applause? Yeah, it's okay. I'm told the council is guiding, the Council of Environment. And we have very few environmental lawyers. That is one of them. Thank you so much. That we have a draft, okay? Also, the assurance that we have is that this is a very clear, it's a very important statement, a position that we give to the government to include it in the national position. And whatever we say, we discuss, we agree on, it's our prayer. Of course, we can't know when they are finalizing the other one. But the assurance that Martin has given is that they are going to pick the key positions, key statements, especially in all these thematic areas. Of course, some of us have been pushing for a thematic group called youth and children, but God will answer our question one day. But because yesterday someone said, but why shouldn't we have gender and youth? Yeah? Because we feel maybe some of these things they disappear somewhere in those big statements. But it's okay. We will be at least working closely with the team that does the national position at the end of the day. So we be rest assured that whatever we discussed, we have agreed. Quiet team. But okay, now let me be this side. So I was saying that whatever you have given, positions that you have contributed to the national position paper, the youth one, all these views, statements will be captured in the national position. Not everything will be taken like Martin has said, but at least we'll be able to capture the key messages. Key messages, and some of us will make sure that they are reflected in the national position. But let's have some bit of responses, contributions here and there as we break off for lunch. Yeah, we have a microphone here, but let's just be brief, okay? So let's have some responses to this. Yeah, I see my brother here, Ogwal, the lady here.
Thank you very much,
And, yeah.
Edwin, and the organizers of this meeting. One, I think going forward, a position paper reflects our interest. And next time, maybe we should have our position papers being approved here, the final copy, so that we know what is going to take place. And then the teams that are going to represent us or to present the positions of the youth, they'll be carrying our views. So they have to defend whatever we have agreed upon. That is one thing. And then the second issue is, I have seen the position paper. And we are talking about the youth. But we are not seeing any word mentioning youth within the content. If we can go back and read, and yet we are advocating for, because some of these things we need to be specific. If we are going to say investment in capacity building, we need to have the word youth being their intention. That's why it's a youth position paper. But right now it can also actually turn to be a national position paper. Because the word youth is missing in every thematic area that I think we need to address that and have it improved. And then lastly, when we come to the issue of gender, when the young people are defining gender, they look at young women and girls. We don't talk about women. The reason being that in the space for gender, it's also very hard to find young what? Women. So as young people, we also need to be very, very strategic when we are advocating for gender. Our pride is seeing that other fellow young women are also actively involved in the decision-making processes, other than saying that we are going to advocate for gender. So I think those are the key issues that we need to address to define clearly that the position paper that reflects our interests. And I will be glad to see the final copy. Thank you.
Okay, that's really, really important. You can give to, there's a lady here. But also just to, because that's why it's called a draft. So we are going to review it again. We fine-tune it. We make sure that all these statements are reflected in the position. Go ahead.
Thank you so much, moderator, and the two colleagues that presented the draft position paper. There is something very important. After this gentleman did that poem, there is something very important that we have actually ignored, and that I think should be under mitigation and adaptation. The power of art in promoting climate change approaches. It is very, very important. Now imagine at the level of Uganda, if all these artists were given capacity on what climate change is about, like you hear someone sing about politics, they should be able to sing about climate change. They should be able to do poems about climate change. The school curriculum should be able, I know right now they are doing it in their cultural galas, but it should be much emphasized. So I think we can bring that up somewhere, the power of art.
Okay.
And incentivizing the art industry.
Yeah, I think that's very, very important. what we are going to do again, we will definitely have the core team, Martin. We will have some bit of a team that will validate the report, I mean the draft here, so that we can be able to have a final one. That's why we want to gather some of your views, what you think has been, is missing, and then we see how best we can input and have a final position. Somebody just behind. I'm coming to your side. Yeah.
Thank you. My name is Rogers, Nigeria Minister of Gender. I think this paper has informed because we're intending to do a gender action plan and strategy for Uganda, and also coming up with a UNFCCC gender action plan, as Honorable Bowden told you yesterday. So I think the ideas that have been raised are so crucial, which I would need to take up and inform the rest of people. But thank you so much for that. Thank you.
You're welcome.
So I'm sure that all this, what you have said, will pick me, Honorable Winnie, and the rest, and inform the gender action plan, and also the UNFCCC gender action plan. Yes.
Okay, I think that's good guidance, because that now, Martin is our expert, wants to contribute something. But I think what Rogers is saying, yeah, Robert, is that especially coming to the gender thematic group, I think there are so many ideas that have come through, so which you need to extract. Yes, Robert, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Chair. My comments are generic and substantial on finance, just for clarity. You see, when you are in a meeting and something comes up, when you are there, you might feel that it was your mistake. When the colleague was talked about innovative climate finance, I wanted to just say we should be clear whether we are talking of innovative finance instruments or innovative finance sources. Now, the way I saw it was a mix-up, and somehow the call might get lost. So, first, can we separate them? Carbon pricing instruments include the carbon taxes. So those are instruments. Those are innovative financing instruments. And the question is, because you see, this is a youth demand. So for me, I would suggest that let the youth demand something they see potential than, going for these generic requests you are getting. Now, debt for nature swaps, these are innovative sources, okay? It is good for the youth because imagine Uganda's debt being forgiven such that that money can be used to conserve Budongo or Mavira. You can see? Secondly, I noticed that some of the prepositions were acknowledge, we advocate. So some of the message made me wonder, are you self-appreciating that this is your advocacy, or you are demanding something? Because in the position statement, you are either demanding from government or the COP, that is the rich governments, all governments at COP, or government of Uganda. So I didn't see that distinction. I'm sorry to take you that much. And lastly, nature-based solutions. That put a smile on me. I never expected it from here, but that shows the breadth of our youth, how you have researched and read. But we don't we don't, how can I say, we don't promote use of nature-based solutions, because you see, these already nature-based solutions, you just promote them. You either promote afforestation, but you cannot say you promote use of afforestation. I just wanted to clear that, but that was super exciting. And lastly, my brother Edwin, other government youth are demanding their governments to identify youth climate champions. I saw it in UAE. Why don't Ugandan youth demand to be identified as climate champions to your government? That's just a food for thought. Thank you.
Thank you, Robert. Yeah, I think those are very critical observations. And I just want to encourage the team that is working on this. Please don't relax again. These are contributions in must capture. I'm talking to you, Denise, and your colleague. Make sure that you capture some of these views, because at the end of the day, we will validate it and review it and have a final position. But again, Robert, I think that's a good one. Do we have other more questions? We cross this side. Two here, or they are consulting each other? One here. Okay, just this one, then we cross over this side.
Thank you. Mine is not really a question, but rather a suggestion. I think the next time we are building into such meetings, let's try to, many people have mentioned the different community-based organizations that are working in relation to climate change. If we could have regional bodies that bring them together and they are registered under the UNDP Climate Office, such that the region builds up with a paper, the issues affecting, let's say, Kigezi area, the issues affecting Karamoja, then come here and present, and collectively we come up with a paper that covers nationally. That would be quite an amazing thing. Thank you.
Okay, next is, your hand is very new, sir, and fresh. There's a gentleman here. There was a gentleman here.
Right, thank you so much. My request is that on nature-based solution we can look around wildlife rights and protection. And the other request I have is that we can also, if possible, you can share the draft such that we can give a week break. We can look into it when we are so more concentrated, and we can add more inputs to it. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much. Is it that burning, or the team the other side needs to, can you speak? On a microphone. You can speak as it is coming.
Thank you, Edwin, for giving me the chance.
Okay,
so
sir.
mine is, I should say it is general. I just thought about it. You know, we are sending in recommendations. So I thought of something like, can we request for creating like a model, like community model villages? What do I mean here? Like the different youth climate activists or climatologists. Like creating something, not like a database, like the different youth activists. Let's say one is dealing in charcoal briquettes, the other ones are dealing into reducing plastic pollution. I don't know if you're getting my idea.
Yes.
Yeah, yeah. From the different, not only Uganda, like from the different regions, something like that.
Yeah,
That's my suggestion.
something that is similar to the VHTs, eh?
Yeah, something like
you know
yeah,
the,
yeah.
the
Can we
the
introduce
VHTs.
can we introduce it into the climate change space?
Okay, I think that is almost similar to what Mr. Bachika is suggesting, that we could have the youth climate
Not the champions, not
yes.
champions. This is what
Yours is, okay, we can explore the possibility of that we need to have, how do we call them, climate village, huh? We'll find a better word. Can you think? can you think and come up with a proposal? Okay, let's start from the end and the other lady from the other side. Yeah, so we're going to think and see what can we create. Climate.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon to you.
So mine is, it could be something we can add to our inputs. It's an aspect to do with intersectionality. We talked of gender, but then we realized that it affects people differently. A disabled woman is going to be affected differently compared to one that has no disability. And then also, just like you can have different races and all that. So I think that can be captured and see how to incorporate that. Thank you.
Okay, this is, of course, we've been promoting inclusion of PWDs, so I think your point is taken. So the aspects now, like for instance, the gender thematic area, this is something that you can explore to see what is she exactly talking about. Okay, you have the microphone.
Thank you so much. I'm Menya Julius. I also have a suggestion on our position paper. I feel there is something we should add, and this is, you know, when the World War happened, America bombed Japan, and up to now, the world is feeling the impact of that war. And continuously, the developed countries are continuing to launch wars, senseless wars, that even LDCs are not part of. We can't even have a voice over these wars. So as youth, why can't we have a voice over these developed countries in invading other countries? What I'm meaning is the arms race that is going on. You see developed countries launching missiles in the atmosphere every day after day. Why can't we have a position on this? The other thing is, as we have substantively participated in this dialogue, I also play and request that there should be a substantive follow-up on the resolutions for this conference. Thank you so much.
Okay, someone else? So the team that is working on the position, kindly take note. Then we can now review all these responses. And
Thank you very much. Mine is like a suggestion or an idea I'm bringing. I'm like, we can have something like climate action roadmap, which we can formulate together. Maybe it can guide us on some specific activities, and we can give them schedules. Maybe January, it is an activity about forests or wetlands, or it is some kind of an activity to take action on conserving the other, maybe building green cities, some topics, so that we can have that program which we can all join into and we take action. Thank you very much.
Okay. Can we just have two, then we respond?
Yeah. I stand to bring like a suggestion about this, because Mr. Martin has said when they are compiling all this together, not all these will be put together. Like not all these views will be taken up. And he said this being a bottom-up approach is one of the best approaches to climate change. But he says those that will pass properly are those that are politically influenced. And how vast are we that the views that will be taken up are the ones that represent us, not the ones that present the issues of the political class? I submit.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, let's have one.
Thank you very much. I think I'm very happy that we are forming a WhatsApp group, and I'll be happy also if we can have at least a 1 week Google document of this shared so that people can put in input. For example, just listen to a small statement I've just made here, which can enrich our adaptation and mitigation. And it's in the area of insecurity, conflict, and peace. The efforts of climate change, environmental degradation, and natural resource scarcity are increasingly exacerbating the insecurity and conflict risks around the world. So in Uganda, particularly, we've had conflicts linked to destruction of environment and military activity, but also sustainable use of land due to movements of pastoralists from one area to another. We have challenges to do with executive orders, which again have been questioned by IGAD in the most recent past. Successful implementation of the Paris Agreement will only be possible with a conflict-sensitive and peace-responsive approach. So I think it is very important for us to know where we are going and look at what climate change is doing to our communities and our society in Uganda. It is causing more conflict than anything else at the moment. So I think it will be important for us to go on with this discussion, not necessarily doing it all here, but continuing with this discussion as we go on, especially using this technology that we have.
Okay, that's a very good one. Thank you so much. Let's just have the last one. This gentleman here, and we close it from this side.
Many
also.
thanks, Edwin, for giving me the opportunity. There was a point that was made by the mitigation group, and they made a point of bringing on board the private sector to support mitigation approaches. But I think we need to be clear, because what most of these corporations or companies do is, if, for example, a CSO, a youth CSO like Youth Go Green is doing a tree planting campaign, these guys normally come on board and say, maybe we are supporting you with about 20 million shillings, and they continue with the routine of doing what they do. I mean, doing the activities that pollute the environment. I think we need to be clear what approaches, what actions do we need to see the private sector doing if they are to come on board, right? For me, what they do, I mean, supporting youth organizations in their activities is merely greenwashing, just like someone did say, right? So for me, there should be clear things that we need to see. If they are clear, we need to have things that these corporations need to do if they are to come on board, not doing what they normally do. At the end of the day, it doesn't, create much impact to the things they do in polluting our environment.
Okay. I think that's a very good point. So, ladies and gentlemen, I think we need to wrap up this. First of all, we've heard from you, but I think what is important is when you suggest that we must continue the conversation, the discussion, but how do we do it? Because all these views, I know you have all the ideas, but how do we have those ideas captured and we have them in an action kind of arrangement? So for me, what I think we need to do, I know we are going to, again, revisit the position paper for the youth, but what I want to take very serious is what Ogwal said, that we can't mention all these things and then the word youth is missing. Then that means we would have cheated ourselves, not so. If it is climate financing, can we provide a statement that will support the initiatives of the young people? So I think the Secretariat or the team, Denise, Robert, and your other team, kindly make sure that we capture all these views, make sure that our youth-led ideas are captured and what we want to see as young people and what could be done and what we want to see supporting in favor of the young people, yeah? Lastly, I think, I know we had struggles to start a climate change and youth forum, which is something that we had already initiated at the ministry level, but somehow we've had some bit of gaps here and there. I think I would want that this marks the beginning of such a platform, a country, a national youth, and actually the children platform that will drive the climate change conversations ahead. If we take it as one of the take-home, then again from here, since we have a country-level representation in the room, then we will agree to this and have it officially established, and we have it even considered by the ministry through the climate change department that is here. Now, that will answer the questions of how we are going to engage our colleagues outside Kampala. How do we continue to have a conversation? How do we have the forum or the climate change youth platform for Uganda be in different regions engaging our fellow youth and children, isn't it? There is already a registration list that is going around. Give us your WhatsApp number for those who are on WhatsApp, and also want to encourage you, if you are not on WhatsApp, kindly try as much as you can to be on WhatsApp. It's very important. It's now an official communication platform. It's not for, sending a few other things that you know, but at least now it is an official communication platform that we can use to share information. Not so. What we are going to do is that we are going to retrieve that list, have this WhatsApp group that will have the officials of government be part of it, but also we already developed, I think Mr. Semambo was also supporting this process of the forum, and I think we can retrieve it and proceed with it, starting with this. We had already at least worked out a modality on how we can partner and work closely with the Ministry of Water and other partners, and so that we can be able now to grow it and become a stronger platform for all the young people, not only Youth Go Green, not only our other youth organizations, but at least a big platform that we can create. So kindly register, give us your WhatsApp number, give us your email where possible. We will take it on and create that. Immediately we will create that platform, that WhatsApp group. Then from there, we will engage the ministry. How do they want us to work with you, work with us? And then I know, because this is not the only COP we are preparing for, not so. There are so many other coming COPs, and we will not have, I know we will be bringing on board some new faces in the climate change space, but at least some of you, that at least you've had an opportunity to hear from government and government partners to start and continue to mobilize other young people to be part of that forum, not so? So I think that would be a very good agenda, especially where we have, representation across the country. I think we are not going to respond to every one of you's comments and questions, but at least the committee is going to take charge. We're going to validate the process, the position paper, so that we make it final and we will share it. Once we have the WhatsApp platform, we will definitely share a Google document. We will share all this information, and then we will make it a national position and a platform. Other than that, let's appreciate those that have presented the national youth position paper again. Thank you so much, colleagues. Yes, and those that have been able to complement, support, and contribute to this process for your views and your working thematic areas. We continue. I want you that if you are in a thematic area, let's say adaptation or mitigation, continue in that direction. Don't divert. Don't get into climate change, don't go to gender, continue in your adaptation thematic, because that is what helps you, even when you get an opportunity to travel for COP. It's where your interest will be, not so. You don't put your leg here, your other leg here, you will die forever. You will not even hear. What I'm saying, continue in your area of interest. And that's how you can manage. So that when you go to COP, then you are able to follow the negotiations in that thematic area. It helps you a lot. A lot of time wasting and even understanding this. So continue to discuss and research about your thematic area, isn't it? So lastly, we are going to have to end with a presentation from the Ministry of Water and Environment. Of course, they will take us through the roadmap of how this will look like, how Uganda is prepared for COP28, the idea of the pavilion and these other engagements. I know we shall have a number of activities, the National Forum on Climate Change, pre-COP engagement. Government will also, maybe we can have a few representatives to be part of that. But we will end with that presentation, and then we go for lunch. We are not going to break off for lunch right now. We want to end with lunch. Is that so? So let's do everything now, and then we end with lunch, isn't it? Your hand makes me to think that you are not agreeing to this. Is that so? Okay. Can you speak? I am not giving you a microphone, unfortunately. Uh-huh. that Francis? Okay. Uh-huh. Okay. Good, Francis. Thank you so much. I think that's a good one. That we, okay, I take charge of all the presentations have been made, pick all your views and everything and put them together. Of course, I will be assisted by the team here, where we have already put together in a position. Then we will definitely share some. But on this moment, let me ask Martin to take us through. Someone was struggling to say, can we make a reflection of COP27? I think he's in a better position. We may not get into what happened at COP27 last year, but at least if you were here yesterday, there were some of these reflections that were already made, so we may not really get into that detail again. But let's now give Martin an opportunity to give us the roadmap and how we are faring in terms of the level of our country's preparedness. Thank you so much. Over to you, Mr. Martin.
Thank you very much, Edwin, and thank you for steering this last session. I think we should not get very worried. Actually, I was surprised. All the different comments, questions were coming from us again when we were part of this conversation since yesterday. Makes me feel that, yeah, I know new ideas always come up, but this is not a one-day sort of engagement. So just bear with us because of the time constraint. But at least I made sure that the different heads share their contacts there. We are also creating a WhatsApp group where you ask something and you get instantly. So I don't think we are going to lose touch with one another. Just allow me to say that. And then my colleague, just to lay out your fears, sometimes it's good to say the truth rather than smearing some things. I said, and I didn't say that to scare you, that we shall not pick everything that we're presenting here. Truth being, since day one, they were presenting the COP, how business is conducted, okay? Yesterday, the thematic leads were showing you how the different items under those specifics. So what we are generating here, I didn't say that the rest that we've not picked, we're going to just pour them or throw them away. Those ones, we can use them in the bilaterals. And meanwhile, in the bilaterals, those donors don't want everything. There are donors who are particularly interested in mitigation, those ones in adaptation, capacity building, finance. So it is to who, after realizing or noticing what their agenda is, you don't just walk to, I can tell you, give you an example here, like GIZ. I know David is in the house. We can't walk to GIZ with your adaptation or capacity building sort of a proposal and you think you'll get funding immediately. You will have to convince these guys beyond, I think, reasonable doubt, because their area of interest or what the agenda is, it's on mitigation majorly. The rest they do, but I'm not saying they don't support the rest, but that is what they call how do you position yourself. Let me dive direct into the presentation. Yesterday, a number of you were asking questions. The youth are not engaged. How do you prepare for this? Do you just wake up one day and go for COP? It is a very long and tedious process. And also what I should bring to your attention in that, you looked, I know I shared the position booklet for COP27. If you realize some of those items have actually, again, if you've looked at the agenda or the SBIs, which were in SBI and Substar, which were in June in Bonn, those items are still, again, back because, like they said yesterday or in the previous presentations, they said that every party has to agree. If it's not agreed, it is deferred. It is pushed forward. So you'll find there are areas in, let's say, adaptation, things of the global goal on adaptation, was not agreed upon, particular areas, the issue of funding. They keep referring them back. And you remember Robert also told you that even up to today, they have never agreed on a definition of climate finance. So these are some of the areas. It is not that everything that even what you're presented here is going to be agreed upon. Maybe others are going to even be referred to the next scopes. So you can even spend 5, 10 years to negotiate one item and then every party agree. So it's, I'm not saying that to discourage, but it's the truth, and we just need to have that information. So my content is just on the COP28 information in regards to what we're doing or what exists, planning, the chronology of the key climate change. Some of these things were already talked about or talked on yesterday, so you'll allow me to skip when we reach some of those particular slides. Then we have the issue of the pavilion. Someone already mentioned that they want to present something yesterday I had in the Ugandan pavilion. You'll also get to know how do you take the opportunity in regards to making your applications, and then why the pavilion? Why do we need this pavilion? Because it also has a cost implication. The cost implications of the pavilion, the partners, we already have a number of partners that have held discussions with us to use this pavilion. And then also there are some announcements which are actually made, and there's need announcements which are actually ongoing already for you to use this pavilion. So there's a form that you need to fill, and then we discuss, there's a committee which is established already, which will discuss over that and see whether you actually qualify. I said this slide is just showing the dates when the COPs are actually going to take place, the venue, the acronyms. Who can actually remind us? I know now it's lunchtime, but I will not take, if someone is very fast. Semambo Lebad, the gentleman from the UNFCCC Regional Collaboration Center, Lebad, on some of these terminologies, COP28, stroke CMP 18, stroke CMA 5. Anyone who recalls this particular one? The quiet side? Everyone has forgotten, right? Yes, Ivan. You're still remembering. Your hand was already up, but I see you remember. Anyone this side? Robert is there to give money. You see his hands are up. You're the one supposed to give the money, the finance team. So no one remembers this. Conference of party? Meeting committee? Yes, well tried. Anyone else? Yes? I think we need to clap for her. Does she need a mic? Yeah, she will get a 20,000 from me. Sorry? Yes, I'm going to give her before, like after the presentation. Let's not interfere. So you've all heard that. Yes? She needs a mic? The 20,000 already went this side. I don't have another one. Another question? Now this side is awake. Yeah? Yeah, maybe someone just to give her a mic to repeat so that, you know, you'll go and see only acronyms. Like Edwin said, you enter a room and you see only acronyms, but it's being projected on a big screen, and people are discussing, placing their cards. So I think we need to be abreast with some of these acronyms. But the lady said it's a conference of parties serving as the meeting of parties to the Kyoto Protocol, and the CMA is to the Paris Agreement. So you'll allow me move because these were already explained. I just wanted to refresh some of your minds in regards to some of the acronyms that are in the negotiations. And then the sessions, there are 2 sessions. Right now we're on the 59th sessions of the subsidiary body for scientific and technological advice. That's a substar. But we are indicating here the dates where these sessions or the meetings actually take place. There are 2, the SBIs and the substar. And in regards to the preparatory meetings for the negotiation, our blocks, we mentioned already yesterday, this is just to refresh in our mind, that as Uganda, we belong to these 3 blocks. 1, the LDC, which is the least developed countries. The dates are there when these preparatory meetings. Preparatory meetings simply when these different parties within a particular block or group come together and agreed on the position before. That's why you see it's actually starting on 24th. It's the one for the LDC is on 24th to 25th November. And then African group, 26th, 27th. The other G77 and China, 28th to 29th. This one is for the parties now to agree on a position before the actual negotiations. So these meetings usually happen before. Now, these are the different events that happens, like we mentioned that even as we participate, some of them are international, but some of them are within the country. So all this actually build onto what we have or what we call the Uganda position. Those dates, some of them highlight specific the specific dates when those events actually happen. Starting on number 1, having the information notes to parties of observer states and the United Nations Organization. Yeah, so basically under that, in regards to the information that is shared, is just basically to raise for the NAP, that is National Adaptation Plan. There is always an annual expo that happens in different countries, that's our member states. So this is just to raise adaptation ambition through supporting formulation and implementation of the NAPs. That one happened in January, actually this year. So you'll realize that we have arranged these different activities or events, one building onto the other up to when we are required to travel or go and attend these negotiations. So when we come back, there's what we always call the post-COP communication, which gives the results to also inform the room. The last COP27, we had the head of the delegation, which was headed by the Right Honorable Rebecca Alitwala Kadaga. So she headed the COP27, which was in Egypt last year. And when you come back, basically you're supposed to share the information. There was that briefing at the media center on what occurred at the COP27. So that was done in Feb. We also, in regards to that, there was an opening already of the UNFCCC registration system. I mentioned that there are sessions, the June sessions, which is both the Substar and the SBI, that commences the accreditation, which most of you have already approached me in regards to that. We do accreditation for the during the June session and as well as for the COP. So all this you need that accreditation from government. And then we held what they call the post-COP forum. The post-COP forum, we always have the post-COP and the pre. And also, maybe to also just highlight or give you information that after all this, the position booklet, until the pre-COP, that we have the national stakeholders sort of consultation, they validate the information, and then it's agreed, then the booklet is actually printed. So you're saying that all this information that we collected from you, we are still going to also include it there. We will invite you, you be a part of that validation, which is called the pre-COP. So all your information, you will still have that opportunity to even look at it. But until that meeting is more or less like saying we agree with everything. What you don't agree, it is the consensus, okay? So, and then the printing takes place, signed and printed by the head of the delegation. So we also have the different kind of consultations. We have the MWE Development Partners post-COP review. This is like, climate change is cross-cutting. We also have the donors. In here we have UNDP, GIZ, the Italian embassy with us. You find they support a number of delegates to go and attend COP, or the youth. So when we come back, there's that meeting that as the department, we have to present to them, report, see how we can, improve if there are other areas maybe we had issues with. So it's just like more of a converging to see, monitor an evaluation to check the progress. I mentioned already on the NAP, the one for this year took place in March in Chile. We had a representative from Uganda, who was Professor Kadu. All of you listened to him yesterday, but he was specifically supported under the LDC group. We also got a notification from the UNFCCC about the United Nations Climate Change Conference. That's COP28. They usually, this is communicated through the national focal point. You all remember in the opening, the commissioner or the department climate change is actually the commissioner is the national focal point for Uganda. So all the information is submitted concerning the UNFCCC is submitted through her or received through her. That's Madame Margaret Mwebesa Atheno. Most of you know her already. And then we have the National Climate Change Thematic Group meetings, preparation for the Bonn sessions. Like I said, COP has a chronology of events, number of events built onto the COP. Now, the June session, which is mostly referred to among the different NAS, but it has the meeting under the Substar and the SBI, happens in June. So that one, like I said, there's accreditation, which is also always done also by the department, participation. But this is purely a technical session. You realize we do not mention the ministers, the political heads generally don't usually travel for this, because it's where the drafting of the texts, the different texts in the different areas and agreement happens. If you also realize in the COP, the first 1 week, it's where the technical negotiations happen. So the last week is to rubber stamp on some of the decisions, is where you find the ministers are required, the presidents are also required. So we did that. We had different thematic group meetings. I know some of you is going to say that you're seeing the 7 thematic groups, but in here we discussed only 6. Yeah, we have one under compliance, which is the legal aspect. You know the text, like they said, some of these texts for parties to agree. And that is one of the areas which is always very tricky. As developing countries or the least developed countries, you find in that areas we don't even, we have the representation, but these lawyers are actually required almost in every room when you're reviewing these texts, because just the word shall can actually call off the meeting or adjourn the meeting. One word, okay? can distort the whole thing if we don't agree. So these legal experts actually are required. We just didn't engage that because we didn't have the lady who heads the compliance team, the legal and compliance, the legal aspect is away, so she couldn't be with us. But we promise next time to bring her on board. We also did already information notes to the different stakeholders for the bond session. These are the previous events, but I'm just trying to highlight them and make you understand what really we go through when we talk of going for these negotiations. Like I said, there are those events, the pre-events, there are very many that we always take to build onto the actual COP. So that one also happened. We held, and the accreditation of delegates happened around that date, on 9th, what happened between 9th and 30th of May, 2023. That one was complicated. All these events actually ended, but I'm just highlighting them to make you see what we go through. You'll allow me move to, if you've read that already, we got also feedback, meeting with the Mwe Uganda Embassy team. Yes, I think I'll need to start now from here, the pavilion itself. Yes. We held a meeting with the embassy team. This is the Ugandan embassy team, which is in UAE, because the COP of this year is going to be in the United Arab Emirates, and the national focal point. We made an application for a very big pavilion, which you can see the measurement is there, 150 meters squared by 195. That is what we applied for. And these applications were submitted. But you realize, like they said, the number of politics that plays at play. We had actually already gotten a commitment from UNDP to support this, the funding of specifically the pavilion. But to report back to all of us, we didn't get, the pavilion that we got is actually much in terms of spacing. It's smaller than what we applied for. I think because we applied with the big boys, the Global North. I know some of you have been for COPs. Their pavilions you walk into is almost half of, actually starts from this side to this other side. So everything happens there. There are meeting section where they take coffee, engagement, bilaterals. So that was the kind of pavilion that we had envisaged or preferred. Yet previously we've not been we've had pavilions in the past, but small ones, and we thought this year we would actually take advantage of that and get something which is substantial. You will also see why we need a pavilion in the next other slides that will come up, but like just to report, we got a pavilion, right? But not to that size that we had applied for. And there are a number of events. The UN High-Level Political Forum, that one happened in July. Those different dates, having the 3 ministerial segment, which was held on those dates that I've highlighted. But the purpose of this is just for voluntary review of the progress of countries in achieving the SDGs. And this one, Uganda actually sent a delegation. We also disseminated COP information note to the different stakeholders, the MDAs, that's ministry, departments, agencies, CSOs, private sector. You know, some of you are going to say that we can't see the youth. We are not seeing the youth segment there. But at least we picked representations, and a team, which some of you here were part of, got this information. The accreditation of the Ugandan delegates is ongoing. Some of you have already gotten accredited. Those who applied early enough, There are those who have not yet gotten. I was approached. I remember sharing that link with some of you. The forms are actually on the CCD, or the Climate Change Department website. I'm going to share the link once that WhatsApp group is created, but I've already given some individuals here. You fill that form and then make a submission. Why are we subjecting you to filling that form? One, we need to see the kind of, the delegates that we are going to accredit. Just like some of the rules for you to, like when you're applying for a visa, right? There are embassies that actually even give you, also this badge is actually like your visa to this engagement. So there are a number of areas. It is not very tedious. It's a simple form, just asking for your name, organization, your position you hold in that, and the areas of interest. So you download that. It's on the website, if you can check. But I'm still, like I said, I'm going to share that. And then you validate it, and then you get your accreditation. Accreditation doesn't even take 20 minutes. It's in your email. So like Edwin said, after that, now it is upon you to, let me just use the word, to behave, okay? Because now there we have already like given you the permission. So when you get this accreditation, as like you said, the party delegate is actually gives you access to all the areas, all the different, yesterday they mentioned the different zones. Some cards don't give you access. Even in the negotiation, when you go to those rooms, you'll find there are guys who security. So they will first check your badge and see, you're a party, then you let in. If you're just an observer, usually where there are governments engaging, they don't allow you. Or when you go there, you can't say anything. You just check. Then there is also party overflow. So we'll see, like I said, using that form is when we engage and see where you qualify in regards to accreditation. And then we have preparatory meetings of the National Organizing Committee for COP28. This year, we felt that we really need that engagement we need to engage the different actors. So we formed what they call the National Organizing Committee, comprising of colleagues from the ministries, departments, and agencies, and as well as the youth. We have the CSOs, we have the private sector. So it's an inclusive NOC, which is to guide in regards to preparation for COP28. So we already have held meetings, which we've started. The first meeting was on 21st August this year, which was at the ministry's headquarters. I know some of you attended this, and they are still ongoing. Within the NOC, we also have created what they call the subcommittees for the different areas. We have the pavilion and program management subcommittee. We have under communications, we have under publicity, communication and publicity. We have a number of them that I'll highlight when I come to presenting that particular area. But the NOC is the overall body that foresees these other ones, the subgroups that are created. We are also holding thematic group meetings, what they call the thematic group meetings. Remember, we formed ourselves, even the presentations were according to those different thematic group meetings. So we already have ongoing meetings. I know the question might be, how do we engage? We always hold these meetings, and the purpose of these thematic group meetings is to come up with a national position, okay, comprising of representations from the different areas. I already mentioned CSOs, private sector, development partners, government, youth, and others. So it is comprises of all those that I've mentioned. So we have, under the different thematic areas, others have held now already 2 meetings. We are supposed to have a maximum of 5 meetings each. But we have also gotten support from the donors. Others actually want even to really redefine their meetings at holding around 10 meetings. That's why we started enough earlier. So you're at liberty to join any meeting, any thematic area. I have a colleague behind there. I saw Fiona around. Is Fiona there? Yes, but any of those, you can, the team which is on the other table. Emma? Yes, Emma can actually, if you want to join, we usually have both online and physical. So for those of our colleagues who are up country, I know you can still join via through online. We always share a virtual link where you join the different thematic areas. The meetings are ongoing. So I think this is also very opportune time for you to, of course, still make that input and have that engagement into the national position that is going to be developed after this all meeting. We have the East African Community COP28 position paper, consultative meeting. TBC is to be, I think, determined. Yes, this, like I said, they are different. Within the EAC, we also have we also come up with our own position, as the EAC region, which feeds into those other blocks that I mentioned earlier on, the 3 that we have. We also have the pre-AMCENT meeting for the African Civil Society. This already happened in Addis this year. And CSOs represented us. Also, maybe just to bring to your attention, the CSOs, the CSOs actually held their preparatory meeting last week. Yeah, last week they have come up with they're going to come up with their position that they're also going to share with government. So you can see the kind of work which actually happens before we travel for COP. All these other areas, these other ones is just highlighting some of the meetings that have already happened. I talked of the LDC Strategy Ministerial Consultative Meeting. These are also already happened. And there's a position, if you check online, but I'm going to share because I got it, that the LDC group came up with. You'll see, actually it would even help you redefine some of these under-finance, adaptation, mitigation, agenda, capacity building, all those are already there. So they already have their position. It will be good to be shared and you feed your work in. We held the Africa Climate Week. Some of you participated. I mentioned that we signed, we signed to the Nairobi Declaration, and also there was also that declaration on climate mobility. There's a colleague who was from Ministry of Health trying to stress how we can include that issue into issue of migration because of the impacts of climate change. So the UN General Assembly, I know that one, most of you must have heard, it has been over news for some time now. It took place. There was also representation. We also have the Pavilion Subcommittee meeting. This one, like I mentioned, there were subcommittees that are also happening. We had the first one. Actually, we already held now 2 meetings. Still, you contact my colleagues behind there. We are going to share the different thematic areas as in regards to the pavilion itself. Okay? So you can also join that. You can realize there are so many groups. So just pick one of your interests, like we mentioned yesterday, for you not to get lost. And then there's COP28, the one for programs. Yes, all these meetings have already taken place, but we plan for other meetings too. We have the training of the youth negotiators. This one I don't need to explain. We are in here for it. CSO preparatory workshop, I mentioned already, took place. There are other scheduled trainings, as you can see. Okay, issues of the cabinet paper. And also, just to mention, before we travel, we always have what they call a cabinet information paper, which is presented before cabinet, just informing them. So within that, it has a number of areas, what the country benefits. It's just an information paper. We also inform the highest decision body. So we are now doing the programs for the branding and publicity arrangements for the Uganda's pavilion at COP28. And then I mentioned there was that pre-COP meeting. So before briefing the delegates, we are supposed to have that meeting, the national meeting, where the position paper is presented, validated, and then the printing can take place. Then now, before anyone or any delegate travels, there is also what they call the briefing meeting. So that briefing meeting gives you, teach you what actually has been told here. Some of them, the do's and don'ts, what you're supposed to do, how you're supposed to behave before you travel. And then we travel. So I already told you that as a country, we've acquired a pavilion this year for COP28. Some of these already talked about, so you'll allow me skip and just go to the main areas or what I have not talked about. Like why the pavilion, I think all of us here see this. We need visibility. We need to have these bilateral engagements. We have networking and partnership, promotion of natural and cultural heritage, tourism, promote our tourism sector. We also have issues to do with trade. And then areas of support, we know we had just done those 30 delegates, of course, to see, all of you know very well, anyway, not all of you, but government has banned foreign travel. So there's a bit of serious restrictions in who actually travels right now to conduct government business. So ever since that ban, it has never been waived. That's why we always go through our development partners. So we also have meeting of the National Organizing Committee. We have prepared, all these I've already talked about, and then pre-COP National Climate Change Forum. I've mentioned those areas of support required. This one is just for your information. I think some of you might be, now again, this man is asking us for money. There are those extra costs. And maybe also to bring to your attention, this year we got, the pavilion that we got were given for free by the government of UAE. Were given for free. It's a pavilion of around 73 by 74, if I've not missed. But it's a little bit smaller than what we had applied for. But they always say something is better than nothing. So at least we have where we can do that. So, but that pavilion, there are extra costs, things to do with the chairs, screens, for you to have a functional pavilion. So we need all those. These are already mentioned. We also have a training by the lead negotiators. That is the next training that we intend to have. So maybe we are still going to engage some of you when that time comes. When you see the invitation, please, you honor that. This is just for your information. I know we have some of these two opportunities actually that are rotational. I said we belong to these different blocks. So, and as a country, sometimes they say, I just know that saying in my language, that sometimes when you reach at a junction where there are two roads, you can actually get confused, knowing that all of them have actually opportunities. So we have these two opportunities. So we looked at which one do we need to take advantage of. We belong to both groups. The vacancies that are mentioned there are open, but we realized that under the LDC and within the region, most of the countries have already been chairs. So as a country, we hoped that we are going to submit a person as a candidate for the LDC to be the on the elections of the chair for the LDC group, and then maybe support our counterparts. Kenya is vying for, this is a negotiation. So sometimes you talk to your colleague. It's like we're in a school with Edwin, and I tell him, you want to be the HP, then me, maybe I want to be the either deputy HP. So we agree on one position where you go for. So I think that discussion's already taking place, and the interest for the country, we want to have our candidate for the chair of the LDC group, and then we support our counterparts, because Kenya has already also notified us that they also have interest there. Yeah, but you're well aware Kenya is not an LDC. I hope you know that. Yes, much as we're within the EAC region. But we have also talked to our counterparts like Rwanda, but they also have the same interests, but we'll see how we go about. The advantage that comes with this, the number of opportunities when you're the chair, like Onduri said, Mr. Onduri said yesterday, how some opportunities are actually direct. So we want to take that chance and also utilize some of those opportunities that exist with being a chair. I think this marks the end of my presentation. Yes, thank you.
Okay, let's really give him a big hand clap. Thank you so much, Martin, for that well-presented roadmap that puts us to understand where we are and how we are going to get there. One thing I have also taken note of seriously is that the pavilion is small. It may not be enough. So, guys, again, if you think you are not going to go, don't go, because the space is limited, really. Yeah. Okay, don't die to go. That's the whole point. Don't die to. But if you think you must, you go. You never know. God can open doors for you when you are there. Someone wants to sponsor a pavilion, sir. Yeah, we have got a sponsor in the house. He's asking, how much is the pavilion? You want to know, sir? Hey. That is a very significant percentage on the national budget. But we will get there. We will get there. But the whole point is, it's an offer that was given to us, and we really appreciate that. But again, it's really not enough again. But ladies and gentlemen, I think we are getting close to this engagement. It's been really interactive. Haven't you seen this? I know some of you are hungry, but you feel you need more information. A lot is coming, really. We only need to pray to God to give us the energy. So we are getting into the closing session, and we will have only 2 presentations, brief, not presentations, by the way, but closing remarks. And this is, of course, our partners that have really made this event successful. Honestly, we must thank them. Can we give them a big hand clap? Some of you probably it could have been your first time to be in a 5-star. I don't know whether, yeah, I think this should be a 5-star. I'm being honest, not so? Yes, and we must appreciate. Even having lunch from a hotel like this one, not even water. I am going to leave that. But I think we must appreciate UNDP with a big hand clap. Thank you. Thank you for being a partner. Not only a partner, but a development partner. Because we're discussing here development issues, not so? So we must appreciate you, UNDP, for enabling this to happen. But also, most importantly, our partners, the GIZ. Germany hosted the COP 2023. And it was massive. We were in Bonn. And up to now, Germany is still supporting climate change, Uganda's climate efforts, really. We must give them a big hand clap. Thank you so much for being part of this. And of course, other partners, we have a number of them that have been really supporting. All these embassies in Kampala, in Uganda, at least have had a big... but lastly, let's give a big hand clap to the government of Uganda, really. Big, for enabling, allowing the youth. You know, you have been advocating, we want to sit on the table. We want to speak, get a microphone and speak issues of national importance. Isn't this a very good example? Because we have not had the opportunity, but we must appreciate the Ministry of Water and Environment, Climate Change Department, for enabling this to really, really happen. We now, at least we can appear, the youth can appear in the national discussions, not so? And we must give them a big applause. Thank you. Thank you, government. So on this note, we will definitely have GIZ to make a just 1 minute statement. I don't know, maybe just David, of course, will come here to make an evaluation. Do you think this makes an impact? Do you think, I will speak Luganda, nti, mutadi musendeza mwene muzije, eh? Who wants to interpret for this German guy? That, okay, that money must have value. So do you think where you have put your money? Eh? Exactly. Okay. Now, Mercy, because Mercy is working with the UN, there is another language that is there return on investment. But in other words, is there any return on investment? So this is something that we want to hear from GIZ, and of course Gloria from UNDP and Mercy. We'll wrap up this and we call it a day. We'll end with lunch. I will also just make a communication. Yesterday I mentioned about the run that we're going to have. Some of you have been coming to me, the kids. Youth need free things, but it's okay. We'll get there. How do we develop ourselves? Huh? We are contributing. We are going to install a solar system for Bulisa Health Center 4. Is there anyone who comes from Bunyoro here? And particularly Bulisa, are you here? Are you here? No, but at least Bunyoro. Bunyoro is the oil producing, the other one comes. Yes, Bunyoro is the oil producing country, but we get resources and we don't take back. So we're saying, can we run for energy access? Can we install a solar system to support a theater? But now you want a free thing. But it's okay, we will give you, no worries. So GIZ, 1 minute. David, if you are here, are you in the house? Yes, thank you so much. A big hand clap for him. Thank you. Over to you, sir.
Thank you so much, Edwin, for this opportunity. I'll go ahead and make some closing remarks. Of course, I would firstly want to thank you all, the youth, and the participants here in particular, for responding to this call and for being a part of this dialogue. Thank you very much. Then I would again thank our fellow partners, UNDP, who we have worked with on different aspects of climate, but also with whom we collaborated on this particular dialogue, as well as the Italian embassy. Clap for them for supporting this youth activity. Then again, I would also like to add to the voice of other speakers in thanking the government of Uganda, Ministry of Water and Environment, particularly the Climate Change Department, for being part of this event. Please clap for the government. That said, I would call this particular event an answered prayer, because there are so many discussions going on at the international level at different topics, but it is not very easy to have the youth involved significantly to this level. So we should thank the government for giving the youth the opportunity to come up with a position paper, but also to air out their priorities and needs with respect to the country's position that is upcoming as part of the road to COP28. Then, of course, a lot has been discussed over the 3 days, and I hope that you have taken this opportunity to learn, to get reading materials, but also to network as young people. So I hope this has been possible on your end, but also I continue to encourage you, like the resident representative mentioned on the first day, that you need to fight for your space, you need to get involved, you need to articulate matters, and you need to read. So I continue to implore you to do this, such that you gain more capacity with respect to all these topics that have been discussed. Then I would also like to mention that from the side of GIZ, we are very happy to be associated with this event, and are glad that on our side this has been a success. As Edwin mentioned, and as he asked whether we had value for money, Edwin, we had value for money. Yeah, because the ultimate objective of this meeting was to have a youth position, and this has been achieved, but also with the participation of each and everyone here through the discussion groups that were held on day 2, but also with a good understanding of what it takes to develop a national position. Not just saying, oh, what do you think, but you were trained and you were able to develop this position from an informed point of view. The German government last year had a consultation of the young people as they were coming up with what we call the Africa German strategy. And one of the key aspects that is being looked at in this strategy is involvement of the young people, especially around climate aspects. And as GIZ, we are also very keen on implementing activities to do with capacity building for the young people on climate change, carbon market mitigation. There's a speaker who mentioned that we are not so adaptation focused. We are, only that our interventions are with the different projects that are in the northern region, but we are very keen on working on adaptation topics as well because they are cross linkages. Then one other important observation that I made, there was involvement from all regions in this workshop, which is a very good sign. And definitely we call for more participation of women and girls in such discussions. We call for this gender balance. So as you go back where you are, please encourage your female counterparts to be part of this discourse and continue to engage when it comes to these discussions. Lastly, I would like to end my closing remarks by saying that as GIZ, we are very happy to be part of this and are looking forward to supporting youth engagement in climate change and engaging with many of you around the various topics, including the topics of capacity building, the topics of climate change mitigation, adaptation, but also those that are aligned with the priorities of the Ugandan government. Thank you so much, and I wish you a great weekend, safe travels, and all the best.
Better hand clap, better hand up. Okay, thank you so much, David. Thank you really, really, really much. It's good you've confirmed that you got return on investment of value for money. We appreciate you. We appreciate GIZ and the team. Mercy is busy, but I would have loved her to say goodbye to the young people before Gloria comes, but I think you are doing something. So, yeah. She will talk last, eh? There are very important announcements. I forgive you. I will call you. I thought you only wanted to say bye-bye. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's have Gloria Namande. Gloria has been very instrumental in the climate change work. She's one of the ladies we look up to. For some of us, would speak about her so much, but she's been supportive ever since she joined UNDP, even before she joined. She has been working with young people. Thank you so much, Gloria. Over to you.
Thank you, Edwin, and thank you for those compliments. First of all, I'm so inspired And Mr. Nduri mentioned yesterday that this is one of the biggest gatherings we've had for the youth, and I really allude to that. So thank you so much, everyone. Let's clap for ourselves. I know it's been heavy. We've been leaving at 6, almost 7, with the traffic in Kampala. You've always been coming early. So really, I've not seen a group as committed as you've been. And I'm so inspired and grateful. Thank you so much. And I want to first of all thank the Ministry of Water and Environment for this collaboration, for the opportunity. When we started this idea, we had actually initially planned sometime in August, September. Things kept on changing. But really, I want to thank the leadership of the commissioner, who is not here. I would also like to thank Martin. Martin, thank you very much for inspiring the youth, and thank you for taking lead on all these sessions. I think he was an excellent moderator. Yeah, thank you, Martin. And also the team at CCD. The team is all there. We have Robert, we have Redemption, everyone. Thank you, CCD team, for leading this and for working with us. I'd also like to thank GIZ for this partnership and the Italian Embassy for the great collaboration. I'd also like to thank my colleagues at UNDP. We've been cooking this in the background. Manuela, please wave. Mercy. Joel has been on camera and has been taking, I think you've seen the videos, we've been doing a documentary. We are doing a documentary actually ahead of COP28, and we've captured the views, we've captured the videos, the stories, and this video will be aired at Uganda's pavilion. So really, your voices are going to be heard. So thank you so much, and also thanks to the IT team. We had the videographers here that have been capturing everything. And I think if we identify other avenues, or some of you have approached us, can you take my initiative? Can you capture this idea? And we've been able to do that. So if there are any things that you feel we should amplify, it's all about amplifying your voices at COP, but not only COP, even after that. So reach out to Joel, or myself, or any of us, so that we can take care of that, because we still have time ahead of COP. Most importantly, I want to thank you for your ideas. Edwin mentioned something, that the views you've highlighted here may be even better than what we may have for the national position paper. And I think you've been right to some extent. So really, all of us are experts here. The ideas you brought on board, to be honest, I was so inspired. I'm like, oh, how could this come up? So you're all technical people, you're experts in these fields, you're on ground, you're doing amazing work with the communities. You're the future, not even the future, you're living the future now. Because all of you who are here have come with some initiatives. Actually, I was reflecting personally. I was like, way back it was about, if I finish, I have to find a job. But now you guys are leading by example. Every one of you is doing something. You're doing innovations. Most of you have startups. You have started your own organizations that are making impact in the community. So really, this is the way to go. Thank you so much, and let's give ourselves a hand clap. I would also like to thank the youth organizations. Youth Go Green, Edwin, you're an inspiration to the youth. We have Rise Up Movement. We have our friend here, Robert, who's so, always inspired. It's always a pleasure to work with you. And as Edwin mentioned, we removed the Youth Go Green logo. It's not about them. It's about all of us. And as the UNDP, we are here to work with all of you. We are here to listen to you. And the resident rep mentioned that in her remarks. We have no sides. We want to embrace all of you and support you technically and in all different aspects. So that's why we came up with this capacity building event together with the ministry to ensure that, we build your capacities. And I think we are all different. We are not the same, isn't it? I feel this was a whole course that we've been able to do in 2.5 days. So you guys, don't limit yourselves. You can go and speak about these things. Carbon markets. You can go and speak about, mitigation, adaptation, climate finance. It's all about trading. And as it was mentioned, I did forestry for my bachelor's, but no one will teach you about COP. All these things, just take the self-interest. Read about them. There's a lot of information, as Martin mentioned, on the UNFCCC website, UN. There's so much. So interest yourselves, because if you put yourself out there, then you'll be able to. They'll listen to you because of the substance. And all of us here, we've really seen that you have the content. So don't underestimate yourselves. And one thing that we've been thinking about here, the thematic groups that we had on adaptation, mitigation, we identified some of you to be the thematic leads, but we don't want it to stop here. We want you to work with the national negotiators. So what we want to do is, as Martin mentioned, during the national position paper, each of the thematic leads, like on gender adaptation, will work with a national lead on that topic. And that position paper that we've developed, the draft, is going to be refined. There's going to be a technical working group, and also this WhatsApp group, I think, will be a very good contact point for all of us to continue engagement and to ensure that the issues are reflected in the position paper. But, I want to tell you something. It's not about participation in these COPs. You don't even worry. You don't have to be in Dubai. Personally, I think I can count how many COPs I've been to. Even in the UNDP, we don't go for COP. What is important is what you're doing. Don't crave it for, I don't have support. There may not be support, to be honest, because now for us, we have the requests from governments, we have from the youth. It gets overwhelming and there is limited budget. But the work you do is the most important thing. Let it show. Be significant in your own way, in your own initiatives. So it's not about you being physically there, but let's continue to work. Let's continue to make an impact. We have seen so many organizations, Sustainable Fisheries Initiative recently at the Expo, had an exhibition about hydroponics, where they're doing, recycling. There's a lot, for instance, you're doing work on water, innovation on water. There's a lot we are all doing. So let's not think about these big things. In the very little way, we can make an impact. So other people will say it. So let's have that at the back of our mind. And let's share as much as we can. If you know something, this information is power. So within our networks, if you need help, let's reach out. And if someone reaches out to you, it doesn't cost anything, you sharing information with others. So let's try to also be ambassadors. Someone has said champions. There's a friend there who told me in Ruero she's doing education for schools. I don't think it costs much to go and give a talk to primary school, to kids in a school about plastic. There are small things that can be done even without money. And you guys here are the people to do it. No one else is going to do it because you have the knowledge, you have the resources. So whichever little thing you can, please do it for the sake of climate action. In energy, in all these different sectors, we can do something. So one thing also we want to emphasize is the leadership of the National Youth Council. The National Youth Council was emphasized as the key body working with the youth. We want to feel you more. I think all of us can allude to that. Let you be the voices. Actually, during these preparations, we're like, no, let's work with the National Youth Council because they are the umbrella of all the youth organizations. So take lead. I know UNDP has engaged you on so many things, but also initiate things that we can do for the youth. call on these platforms and let us engage and work together. We don't want to we are so many. We work in different individual organizations, and we don't have favoritism as the UN. But if we have the strong leadership and governance of the Youth Council, we can be able to achieve a lot. So we want to urge you, the Youth Council, to take lead and engage us. And climate is a topic that needs a lot of your enthusiasm and engagement, because at global level, the Regional Bureau for Africa director has recently, actually a few weeks ago, wrote to all countries where UNDP is working to ensure that we support the youth to participate in COP, but also to lead on climate. So this is not a national thing, it's a global, international idea. The youth globally are recognized. So let's take the leadership, let's take the opportunity. We'll try as much as possible, the UNDP, to mobilize funding. It's not easy, but we'll try. Because we even rolled out, I don't know if you've heard of the Youth for Business facility. Some of you have benefited from that. We've, I know my colleague here from Kasese is one of the beneficiaries. There are so many. We've supported over 50 youth organizations with grants to, scale up their innovations and to implement locally led actions that contribute to, different sectors, energy, agriculture, all different innovations. We also came up with what we call climate action grants. We've also been able to give small grants to youth and women-led initiatives. But one thing the resident representative talked to us recently, she was like, Gloria, you should not, it's not about you giving them money, but where is the impact? We gave, I think, about 10,000 US dollars in the Youth for Biz. There was about 40,000 US dollars. But if they don't see the impact, you will not be able to get the next funding. So let us use these opportunities. But when you get the opportunity, please use the funds for what they are meant for. Because sometimes I know we have different needs, but let it not be about us. Let it be about the people. Because eventually when people's lives are transformed, we will also be transformed. So this is something that I want you to reflect on. We've documented your voices. We've documented the stories here. We've had the position paper developed. These are really tremendous outcomes of our event. So thank you so much for the effort. Thank you for enduring long hours of discussion. And we will continue to ensure that all the ideas are integrated, but it's not about COP, as I've mentioned, not only about COP. Let's continue to engage. We are open as the UN. Many of you have approached me with different ideas. Sometimes, don't be disappointed, as Edwin and Martin mentioned. If something is not taken on, don't give up. We can say, oh, there is no money for that. But the more you engage, if an opportunity arises, you'll be like, no, there was this person here. So let's not give up. Let's continue to knock whichever door we can. Let's be confident, and let's really try to do our best to engage. So thank you so much, everyone, for your participation. And I feel like, this was one of the best workshops I've had this year. And yeah, because it was very inspiring. I know if all of us were to speak, it would be the same kind of outcome. So I would like to thank you. We'll continue to engage you as UNDP, and on behalf of UNDP, and on my own behalf as Gloria, I'm really grateful. I'm really grateful to you for your tremendous contributions and support. So it's just a beginning. We'll continue to work. And I want to end by the Secretary General recently in Nairobi mentioned one thing. He said, humanity depends on the boundless energy, ideas, and contributions from the youth. So imagine, everyone depends on us. Just know. So let's do our part. Thank you so much. I want to call Mercy to share information. We want to do a final survey. It will be sent out to you. It will not be done now, but Yeah, we will try to engage you. And I wish you a good weekend and the best for the rest of the year. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Gloria and everyone. Guys, you made Gloria keep here. You see, she can't even breathe that well. You guys have kept her here. Guys, give yourselves a hand clap. That means we did a great job keeping her around. I know you may be new to each other. Please, the platform, the engagement is also beyond the COP. What do we expect? We need to talk to each other. Some of us have ideas. Some of us have products that feed into someone's ideas. Can we talk to each other, build networks, go and make impacts, okay? Sometimes as young people, we are challenged by limited resources, but the resource may end up being someone else that has what you don't have, that you need to buy. Please just talk to each other. Already, Gloria shared with you what the UNDP is doing for the young people. I know Gloria mentioned 50, but we have 181 grantees that are receiving grants actively from the UNDP. It's quite a significant amount of money. But the UNDP is also kind enough to understand the Ugandan Young Person Challenge. I know the challenge has always been, oh, we don't have money to register our organizations. We still want to test our ideas. Rukundo, are you here? Are you testing your idea? Rukundo is one of the people that received a grant just to test his idea. He wasn't registered, no nothing. UNDP is like, okay, test it. Let's see how it works. Guys, we need to appreciate the UNDP for that. Now, there is a survey form we're going to share, okay, via email. I know some of you might have not been on the list for those that were invited. We are going to try to harmonize those details and make sure you receive the survey form. Please give us feedback, okay, on what you think about the entire organization of the event. But also moving forward, what more or what better and how better can we serve you people. Because at the end of the day, if we can't serve you better, then we are doing no work. We are just spending money. Taxpayers' money from other countries is what we are wasting if we don't, serve you better. The other part is that I know some of you were invited. There are some of you that weren't invited, but you are part, okay? That is also understandable. I mean, there's over 428 people applied to be in this room. But you know what happened? Limited resources, we needed only 100 people out of the 428. That is why some of you are invited to the side event. That was in Makere. That was last week. And I'm sure you learned, or your friends that might have, taken part, learned quite a lot. Because the point is, we are not just looking at COP. We are looking at, yes, COP, but also beyond the COP, the bigger part of this training is the impact that you make, the change that you cause. COP is going to always happen. It's just 2 weeks. You're going to come back at the end of the day. By the time you go back to the next COP, you need to have a clear and better understanding of what you are doing. But that can only happen if you go into your communities and serve the people that you say you are serving. I've been trying to harmonize bank account details. I know some of you had challenges here and there. I've tried to edit and look through everyone's entry, but there are those who I either didn't capture or there's a challenge of a district missing or something. You need to help us help you better. So I'll read out names for those that may need to see me after here. Chelengat Saum. I also know that some people may not be here because someone might have registered their name and their bank details. Are we together? Please remember the person's accounts that you borrowed. Remember their name. So maybe I could call their name and you come because it is you that signed for it. Are we together? So Chelengat Saum, Renee Mwanje, Lawrence Mashungu, Luboa Viola, Mushana Ivan, Kabishanga Emmanuel, Jonan Tumukunde, Immaculate Akelo, Crispus Mwe Maho, okay, that's right, Businje Aubrey, Kusasira Samuel, Querit Sarah, Nakasirie Mary, Pedro Lokeris Claire, Wabulembo Robin, Semambo Mohammed. But I also have remembered that there are some of you that were here yesterday and the day before yesterday, and you only gave me your details while I was typing on the computer. Those also need to appear on paper, okay? If you're one of those, please get to me. I'm not taking new entries, eh? I'm only taking those that have been existent. Please get to me to the table. Guys, we need to run for lunch. Have yourselves a lovely time. Our WhatsApp group is being created already to just continue the conversation. But also we realized that 3 days wasn't just enough for us to take in all this knowledge and information. And back at the UNDP, we'll try and see how further we can get discussing not just COP, but the entire climate change question, just as a way of building your capacities to serve your communities better. Have yourselves a lovely week and see you whenever.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Bigger than that. Thank you so much, Mercy. Yeah, I think indeed this marks the end of our engagement. We thank you so much for coming, but also continue to network, continue to find out about the climate change aspects and all that. I think from here we'll be heading for lunch. For those interested in the run, of course we will be happy to support you in terms of the kits. This is a very important run. We can all see the screen. We have been doing this run since 2017, and this is our 5th run. We'll be happy to have the High Excellency Jessica Lupo to flag off the run and be running for energy access. We are promoting SDG number 7. So don't miss, for those in Kampala, 29th Sunday, October. So let's all be at Kololo Airstrip. We will be happy to have you. So please make sure you reach out to me for the kit, and we'll definitely guide you on how to access your kit. You can access it a day before or a few days to the run. We have our offices in Bugolobi. You can come to our office, or you can contact me directly. And of course, the team, the organizing committee, we're organizing this run with the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development. So it's something that we are doing to promote energy transition process. Other than that, we thank you so much. Sam, thank you for coming. Thank you. Can you have lunch? And those that have been mentioned, please go and see Mercy. Yes, Sam.